makes me
And we all go through
homesick
that.
when I see it.
I went to the house I grew up in Waco. It's not there anymore. Church bought it and moved it off.
Huh.
Just an empty lot.
Recording in progress.
Oh.
Recording in progress.
Sign that. I got a mess here. Good morning, everyone. Let's call court to order. Today is Tuesday, July 1st. Happy summer, 2025. It's 9 a.m. Proof of posting, please.
The agenda was posted on June 26, 2025 at 3:55 p.m. and a supplemental agenda was posted on June 27, 2025 at 3:55 p.m.
All right, thank you. All right, this time, let's stand briefly for a moment of silence, and then we'll have a pledge to the flags. Veteran Service Officer Steve Hernandez will lead us in that.
Please join the pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Texas pledge.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thanks, Steve. Okay. If there's any members of the audience that want to speak to the Court on Business Matters, please do so at this time. Seeing none, I'd like to go to under D, under proclamations and resolutions. We do not have any today. Under the consent agenda, there's a couple of recommended pulls. One is, actually there's only one, E3A, which is HR matter for the county engineer. Is there any other recommended pulls? With the exception of that one pull, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So move.
Second.
We have motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. Okay. I'd like to go to items G6. This is the authorization of additional addendum number 1 to the professional service agreement with H2O Partners Incorporated, McLennan County Hazard Mitigation Plan update. So Ryan Durker or Tim. Good morning.
Yes, sir. This item is an amendment to the contract with H2O Partners, working with Ken and the purchasing team over there, as well as with the GLO. We've identified a couple of things that need to be added to the contract as just part of kind of procedural updates. And so worked with H2O and Ken again to get this amendment before the court this morning. And if you have any questions, happy to answer them.
All right, any questions on that?
Were there any specifics that we needed to know as far as changes that were caused an addendum?
So this was something that was brought up after a review of the GLO by the GLO. just to bring us in line with 200 CFR.
Okay.
And so Ken looked at them, reviewed them. It's pretty standard stuff as far as the grant goes.
I think the biggest one is allow us to get reimbursed.
Correct. Yeah.
That's correct.
Great.
I like that one.
All right, any other questions? What's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve the addendum.
Second.
We have a motion, second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. I'd like to go to item K4, which is regarding the Texas General Land Office Local Hazard Mitigation Plan Grant Authorization of Compliance Statement for negotiation of profit is required by CFR 200 procurement regulation. So, okay, for,
All right, this negotiation of profit, or profit negotiation statement is a requirement of the grant, not typically something we do. And Ken can provide some insight on this, but it's something that we are required to provide the GLO. And it just shows how much profit the vendor made on the contract. And so it's pretty straightforward. It's like I said, a requirement from the GLO on the contract.
okay. Ken, you reviewed this?
Yes, and again, Tim went through and we verified with a bunch of other entities that the amount that was proposed in our RFP was within the boundaries, and it was less than our grant. So this was just another document that we kind of were not aware of that we needed to provide, and so we're providing it now just so we can get our reimbursement.
Okay. Any questions? Is there a motion to approve the negotiation of profit compliance statement?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion, second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass. Go to M8, which is discussion or action regarding road closure dashboard.
So what the outline of this essentially is, using a new crisis communication emergency management tool called VOCI that our office implemented some months ago, what this will allow us to do is take all of the various road closures that are either reported to us or the county engineer's office or anyone who deals in that space, and it will allow us to put it on a system that is then in turn public-facing to the public. So rather than having to notify people individually of road closures, this would allow us to put a completely up-to-date and constantly updating map on the county website, not only for those in emergency services, but anybody in the public wanting to know any road closure in the county at any time.
Yeah, that sounds like a great idea.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea, but are we talking about county roads or every road in the county?
Specifically,
Interstate, state?
Specifically, it would be county roads. However, it does have the ability to do more than that, but the scope originally was just for the
County
county
roads.
roads. But it's, if we get reports of a closure on that, we can put it on there too. It's fairly open.
In the storms in the middle of the night, who updates this?
So it could be us, it could be Road and Bridge, it could be anybody who goes out there. Heck, we could train sheriff's deputies to do it. It's fairly, you can do it from
Wait a
your
minute,
phone.
wait a minute, oh, they're hard to train.
I believe in y'all.
Yeah. No, yeah.
In theory, anybody with an app on their phone could do it. So
Okay.
just a matter of getting a
So
light
if-
training people.
So if our on-call guys go out in the middle of the night, they can just have, on their county phones, they can just update.
100%, yes, sir.
All right, that's
And they
great.
would log in, we're working with IT to make it where they would log in using their existing county login information, so it's not like another thing you have to remember. Just log in, takes 30 seconds, and it updates automatically.
It's great.
I see one or two concerns. Well, one would be keeping it updated so that it's current. Roads back open, people need to know it. Roads closed, people need to know it. The concern would be road closed and it not be on there and something happened. that's a concern of mine, to be honest with you. Sure.
And fair enough. It would depend upon being notified of those things. So it would be critical that,
Caveat on that page saying, or
Sure, yeah, we can put,
people, that this is our most current.
sure,
Don't-
of reported road closures, yeah,
Reported,
that there may be something
It
out
puts
there.
us in the situation we're in right now otherwise,
Yeah, it's,
honestly.
Okay.
that's part of the training process is
Okay.
push the button to start it, to push the button to stop it, so.
Yes, sir.
Okay, any other questions, comments? What's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass. Thank you.
thank y'all, thank you.
All right, I'd like to go to item 12B, Waco McLennan County Library, presentation, discussion, and or action regarding the funding allocation. Deidre? And
I-2B, I-2B, there it is.
good morning.
Good morning.
Deidre?
All right, so again, good morning, Commissioners and Judge. And today I'm joined here by our Deputy City Manager, Deidre Emerson.
Yeah.
A little bit nervous. So thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Roberto Zapata, and I serve as a Director of Library and Culture Enrichment for the City of Waco. I'm here today to talk about how the Waco McLennan County Library serves residents across the county and how we can continue building a stronger partnership between the county and the library. Next slide. So libraries today are more than book repositories. They are community centers, technology access hubs, workforce support spaces, early literacy champions, and so much more. We are here to serve everyone, from children attending their first story time to seniors learning to use email to stay in touch with family. And so this presentation will walk you through the scope of our services, who we serve, and the growing role we play in supporting the quality of life throughout McLennan County. We will also review our operational expenses, the proposed FY26 budget, and conclude with an overview of our current agreement. Next slide. Next slide. So we'll start off with our mission. So our mission as a library system is to connect individuals with quality and diverse resources for education, information, and recreation. We are proud to be the public library for the entire region, whether someone lives in Waco, Mart, Woodway, or an incorporated area of the county. Next slide. So we provide these services through our 4 public library locations that are open a combined 217 hours per week. The Central Library is open 7 days a week, while our East, South, and West Waco branches offer robust weekday and weekend access. So every branch serves our residents, whether they're checking out books, attending a workshop, or using our free Wi-Fi and computers. Next slide. So our team includes nearly 48 full-time equivalent staff with 14 professional librarians holding master's degrees in library and information science. We also employ specialists in outreach, youth programming, genealogy, technology, and so many more areas. These staff are truly the backbone of our library, delivering high-quality, community-focused services every day. Next slide. Our collection goes far beyond books. So while we own over 361,000 physical items, we also own more than 300,000 digital items, including ebooks and e-audiobooks. We recently began offering Canopy, which is a streaming digital service for films. And in addition, we offer access to 60 databases that include Learning Express Library, and that includes GED, SAT test preparation materials, Udemy that contains over 20,000 video courses, and the Kilton Library with comprehensive automotive repair information viewable instantly. We also lend museum passes, blood pressure monitors, disc golf kits, and STEM activity packs for kids, resources that expand access to culture, health, and education. Next slide. In 2024, we hosted 760 free programs across all age groups. So these included weekly story times, book clubs, DIY workshops, and special events like the Mayor's Summer Reading Challenge and Touch a Truck. All programs are free and open to everyone. We are proud to serve families, children, and seniors across the county. Next slide. In 2024, our locations had 302,800 visitors walk through our doors to access a variety of library services and programs. The library has 65,267 active library cardholders. 598,803 physical items were borrowed, and these include books, audiobooks, museum passes, and so much more. In addition, 123,930 digital items such as ebooks and e-audiobooks were borrowed. Next slide. This map here, this represents physical circulation of our materials from September 2022 to present. So the Waco-McLennan County Library System provides extensive service coverage across the county as reflected in its physical circulation data. The city of Waco accounted for 999,825 item checkouts, and then outside the city limits, the Waco unincorporated area still recorded a notable 66,103 checkouts, demonstrating strong engagement even in rural zones adjacent to the city. And I do want to note here some high circulations outside of the city of Waco. So these included Robinson with 85,894, Hewitt with 54,404, China Spring, which is unincorporated, at 42,082, Bellmead at 31,877, Lacey Lakeview at 32,505, and McGregor with 11,956. And so these are just examples of some of the circulation occurring outside of the city of Waco. Circulation also occurred across smaller towns and rural areas throughout the county, both incorporated and unincorporated. So in total, 36,199 items were checked out by users from outside of McLennan County, further underscoring the library's regional draw. Next slide. So this graph here just represents the library circulation area by area type. So as you can see there, Waco had 61.1% of checkouts. Unincorporated areas had 13.3%, and then other incorporated areas represent 25.6%. So in total, incorporated and unincorporated areas outside of Waco represent a total of 38.9% of our total circulation. Next slide. In terms of digital circulation, the Waco-McLennan County Library System data shows widespread usage across McLennan County. While the city of Waco led with over 173,000 digital items circulated, significant use is evident across many other areas. So for example, Woodway accounted for over 39,000 items, Robinson nearly 19,500, Hewitt more than 17,000, and then in unincorporated areas, China Springs saw over 10,000 digital checkouts, and unincorporated Waco had over 13,000. So usage is not confined to urban centers. Digital resources are being used consistently in suburban and rural areas where physical library branches may be less accessible. The map also shows 5,000 circulations by users outside of McLennan County, again confirming our regional demand for digital access. Next slide. So again, this graph here is just a breakdown by area type for digital circulation. Waco accounted for 55.6% of that circulation, while both incorporated and unincorporated areas outside of Waco accounted for 44.4% of digital circulation. Next slide. So this map here represents total circulation. So combining both physical and digital items across McLennan County. The data confirms that while the city of Waco is the system's primary service hub with over 1.17 million checkouts, substantial usage comes from residents throughout the county. So outside Waco, Woodway, Robinson, and Hewitt alone accounted for nearly 376,000 circulations combined. And then unincorporated areas also show high demand. So Waco unincorporated logged over 79,000 items, China Spring over 52,000, and then several others, including Elmont, Lorena, and Crawford, each recorded more than 22,000 checkouts. Next slide. This graph here shows the breakdown by area type for total circulation. So Waco accounted for 60.2%, while both incorporated and unincorporated areas outside of Waco accounted for 39.8% of total circulation. Next slide. So next up, we'll review our library operational expenses and the proposed budget for FY26. So this year, the city asked all departments to reduce expenses and look for more cost-efficient ways to operate. As a department, we were asked to reduce our budget by $464,000. We've managed to close part of that gap by cutting materials to budget, adjusting hours, reallocating salaries, and proposing new fees. But this still leaves us with an $88,000 shortfall. We are doing our part to be fiscally responsible while also continuing to serve our entire community. Next slide. To meet our budget requirements, we are proposing or proposed a reduction in operating hours across all locations and the elimination of 3 vacant full-time positions. The reduction in hours will reduce our weekly operating hours from 217 to 196 hours. This year also, we piloted a seasonal staffing model for the summer to address staffing challenges and minimize impact to our budget. Next slide. So we are also adjusting fees. So meeting room rentals will have been proposed to be charged at $20 per hour, and the cost for a non-resident library card. So these are residents outside of outside of McLennan County will rise slightly. So we project these changes will generate about $32,000 annually and help offset some of our reductions. Next slide. So our proposed budget for FY26 is just under $6.8 million. So that includes over $960,000 in internal service charges from other departments like finance, HR, and facilities. So these are essential costs that keep the library running, but aren't always visible to our public. I should note that our collections budget falls under the supplies line item there. So last year, our collections budget was approximately $709,000. So as you can see there, that is a substantial part of our budget. We're not using it for paper or pens. That's where our collections budget comes from. Next slide. So this slide here reinforces that a large portion of our expenses are fixed costs shared across departments. We can't reduce these easily without affecting essential infrastructure like facilities maintenance, human resources, legal services, and other administrative services. So these services and cost allocations play an essential role in the successful operation of our library system. Next slide. So next we will talk about the current agreement with McLennan County. So a little bit of background and history. So the county's library funding agreement was originally signed and adopted in 1978. While the agreement outlined several funding levels, the county remained at level 1 until FY23. Addendums approved during and after FY23 have sought to increase funding to a 20% baseline. Next slide. So this chart here tracks the county's annual contributions to the Waco-McLennan County Library System. While there has been gradual growth, the county's contribution has plateaued in recent years, even as inflation, population, and library usage have increased. The spike in funding in FY23 is due to funding that included cost allocations as part of the funding formula. FY 2024 did not include those cost allocations, and so that's why you see that dip there. Next slide. So this chart here compares actual county contributions to the amount needed to maintain the same level of support from FY 2018 adjusted for inflation. So that while the county generously increased its contribution in FY 2023, that bump was not sustained. So as a result, we're now falling behind the inflation curve, meaning the county's current contribution doesn't stretch as far as it did just a few years ago. I would like to make it clear that this isn't about expanding our services, it's about maintaining the level of access and quality that county residents already depend on. Next slide. So our request is to align county contributions with actual usage. So we're not asking for the full cost of serving county residents, just a fairer share based on the data presented. County residents make up nearly 30% of our cardholders and 40% of our checkouts. Our funding request simply reflects that reality. Our request today is a 20% share of the library budget that includes the cost allocation that I summarized in a previous slide. The total requested is represented by the red column and amounts to $1.35 million for the next fiscal year. Next slide. So again, in summary, the Waco-McLennan County Library System serves thousands of residents across the entire county, providing free access to books, technology, programs, and essential services. We respectfully ask the county to increase its investment to more closely reflect actual usage and help ensure long-term universal access to these vital resources for all of our residents. And then also one last note in terms of the 1978 agreement, I would like to, propose that we work towards updating the language in that agreement, because it is clear just from reading that agreement that a lot of the services that are included in there, or some of the current services that we offer are not reflected in the 1978 agreement. Since 1978, we've had computers be adopted by the library, we've had Wi-Fi, other technology that has been incorporated. And so I would ask that we consider updating that agreement to more closely reflect the reality of what libraries are today. And so with that, I thank you for your time, your consideration and continued partnership, and then I'll open it up to questions as well.
Okay, thank you, Roberto. And
Thank you.
in regards to changing that language, get over what you suggest and we'll look at it and go from there. All right, questions?
Can you go back to your allocation page?
Yes.
Who's running?
I am. I had unshared.
Okay.
I'm sharing again.
Not complaining.
But good.
Going into budget, I don't want to make you mad.
Which was the specific one they were asking?
21.
21. There we go.
I believe that's it right there. I think what gives me a little heartburn is you've got allocations going to the city secretary, to other areas that have nothing to do with the library. And we budget totally different than you guys do. So please understand, that's why I'm digging in a little bit here. And I don't necessarily feel that if we're going to make a contribution to the library, I want to see it go to the actual functioning and not to another city department. And that's the only thing I'll bring up. Okay. In the past too, I saw HR had a piece of the pie, the garage had a piece of the pie, and I think Commissioner Smith and I have talked about that quite often. And it's just difficult to want to absorb that.
So is there consideration for those things that support the library operation, but don't, so it's with some exceptions?
Right, not the internal piece of it, but the external piece that the citizens can actually tap into, and they get the use of it instead of a city department.
I understand.
So I guess that's the allocation of general administrative expense. So
Yes, so we can look at a scenario that includes the like, that reduces the cost. That's what I hear Commissioner Perry asking for, is the exception of the cost allocations.
Other questions?
Well, I would say, first of all, that had the opportunity to visit earlier with Roberto and Deidre, and really appreciate the thoroughness and what, all the work that's gone into all of this, and it's obvious that Roberto has a passion for what's going on. We really appreciate him being here in Waco and in our county. You mentioned out-of-county. Do all card holders pay a fee for a card, or just out-of-county?
Just out of county,
And
yes.
so that covers some of the cost involved with supplying or offering services to out-of-county residents, is how that works.
Yes. So currently they pay $100
20.
to access. Yes.
And you talked about raising the fee for that and raising the fee to use the room.
Correct.
And hopefully bringing in some additional funding with that. Do you see it working just the opposite, and having a chilling effect on people and having a downturn in card holders or people wanting to rent the facility?
So I think in terms of cardholders, I think the fee itself for what we are able to offer, I think it is still one of the best deals out there in terms of accessing ebooks, audiobooks, and then all of the other resources, physical materials. So I don't foresee that we will see a decline in the people that are currently paying the fee. For meeting rooms, we have talked about scenarios in terms of, will that decrease demand? We think it will actually open up. So currently, we only offer meeting rooms for organizations. So by actually charging for meeting rooms, we would then be able to open it up to organizations such as, we get sometimes we get lawyers from outside that just want to meet with their clients. We get businesses maybe that are wanting to have meetings with their associates. And so this would actually open it up to more groups being able to use those rooms for a fee, thereby increasing usage.
Hope so.
And $20 an hour, we did look around the county, and $20 an hour is still well below what other organizations are charging for space.
Yeah. I know that Waco, and this is kind of, I'll try to phrase this best I can. Waco has, I won't call it a mandate, that y'all cut your budget, whatever what you want to call it. They need you to cut funding out of it.
The message was delivered, right?
It was delivered.
Message was
yeah.
delivered.
So,
And received.
and it's a little strange. I recognize we're probably behind the curve, you said, but that they're asking you to reduce your budget, which will reduce some services through less hours, but we're asked to increase our budget to fund less services for our people. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Somewhat in the large realm of things. Part of that on our part is catch-up. But at the same time, it seems strange we're asked to contribute more money for possibly less services for our citizens while you're being forced to cut your budget.
So Commissioner Smith, what I would say to that is that there are other initiatives, though, that we have put into place so that there is not a diminished level of service that the patrons receive. Right. And so whether it be through Canopy or any of the other digital means, we've provided access so that there's still access to those services. They may not be able to walk into, potentially, because while Roberto has proposed a reduction of hours, the Waco City Council has not adopted that. And so that's a proposal. So if council doesn't adopt that, then we'll still have to function as we currently do today. But we're still trying to provide expanded service through the digital means.
Other means, other avenues. Okay, all right. Thank you. Thank you.
Other discussions? So I guess from this conversation, I don't know if you come back with some.
Whatever y'all like for us to do.
I mean, we're just in the preliminary stage of adopting the budget, so, we just take the information and absorb it.
And we may have a mandate also too, is the thing.
Yeah,
So
we'll have to find out.
we haven't really-
When the auditor gives us our total, we may have some sort of mandate also. Thank you.
Well,
All right.
very good report.
Absolutely.
A lot of information in it, very well done. I really appreciate you all coming to present and continue to help bond the relationship between the city of Waco and McLennan County, which we value greatly. So, thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, Judge. Thank you.
Is there a motion to approve the report for recording purposes?
Second.
All right, we have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. It'll be referred to the budgeting process. All right, Dustin, I think if you would, on M3, if you would kind of present that out. And I know we have some folks here from TAC.
Yes, sir. So M3 is authorization of Texas Association of Counties Risk Management Pool 2025 Property Coverage Renewal and Related Invoice. Last court session, we had presented that renewal invoice. The previous year on our property program, total was $519,887. It was going to increase to $623,864. So the court asked us to reach out to TAC. So we did that. TAC did some research and came back with really it's probably for the best bang for the buck. It would increase our property convective storm deductible from $100,000 up to $250,000. And that would lower this renewal contribution by $62,814. So we would still have the increase from that $519,887 up to $564,28. I think that's about an 8% increase, and almost all of that would be attributed to the increase in our property value or new property that was added to our coverage. So I visited with Ken and Francis and TJ, and we all, that's our recommendation is to increase our convective storm deductible to $250,000. And that contribution amount would be $560,428. And as Judge said, I believe we have Lisa McKeag with us this morning, so I'm sure she'd be happy to help answer any other questions as well.
Yeah, we're not gonna let her sit back there against the wall without getting in front of the court. Yeah.
Good morning, Judge Felton and Commissioners. I'm Lisa McKeag. I'm your risk management consultant at TAC.
All right, any questions for Lisa?
Dustin did a great job presenting that.
He did.
Yes.
Y'all don't offer any multi-year contracts, do you?
No,
Coverage?
sir. It's
Year to year? Year to year?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Well, it's taking this route, you can get bit by it if our luck runs out. But it does lower the premium price, cost. But the fact that, our general fund balance is, healthy enough to take some risks, then I think this might be the best path to go. Any other?
Is this the only deductible that we explored increasing?
They
at all,
also
or-
looked at increasing your all other perils, but there was not significant savings doing that.
Right, we would have had to greatly increase that deductible before we would have seen any savings.
And then I was asking, and I don't think.
Greatly,
I'm
what, I
sorry,
mean,
go ahead.
what kind of, that's a generality.
Well, Commissioner, I'll read you the email was essentially from TAC. When we reviewed the county's losses, the $25,000 deductible was the best option as there would not be much savings unless the deductible is significantly increased.
To 100, to
There probably would, it would
50?
probably be over 100 for you to see anything.
Was it 50,000 before?
It's 25,000.
25.
And that is on on the flood and the earthquake and the equipment breakdown.
On your mobile equipment, you have $1,000 deductible on any mobile equipment. And then your all other perils is the 25. Convective storm is going to be your tornadoes, hailstorm. That's going to pick that up under convective storm.
And what, you might see on your policy that's not on this is a percentage, like a
Correct.
2% or a 4% wind and hail, storm wind and hail.
Right.
And having this many, having a schedule of property this big, that probably turns out to be detrimental
To a county, yes,
Yeah,
sir. We do
because-
not do the percentages.
Aren't we under some sort of deadline to redo it? When's the anniversary date on this?
July 1st, today.
Or today.
We got an exception.
I approve of it. That's, I think, one of the things we discussed at our last meeting was looking at any areas that would have a significant impact on our savings. And, you know, if we dodge the bullet for 2 or 3 years, we've saved a couple $100,000. So I think it's important. So, Judge, my motion would be to approve
All right.
the recommendation.
Make a second.
There's a motion, second. Any other discussion?
Just quickly, I think this is in line with what the market is yielding right now.
That's
So
what
Yes.
we're saying as well.
Property renewals were very good this year.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, we have a motion, second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dustin.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you, insurance.
Judge, if it's, sorry.
Go ahead, Dustin.
Say if it's okay, if we can move on to item M5, discussion and action on authorizing the filing of a lawsuit against Mr. Bobby Brown and any others involved in violation of the easement for NRCS floodwater control site 24, a high hazard dam, to seek both legal and equitable relief. I'd like to call on Mike. Mike, are you on?
I'm on. This is a flood control reservoir in the Axtell area. Below it sits a manufactured home community and also Highway 84. So it is it's categorized as a high hazard dam because if that dam broke, it would take out that mobile home community. What we have is in all these, we have easements for these reservoirs that are all around the county, and they have certain terms in them. We allow them to continue to use, but with, not damaging the dam. We have a fence. We have a provision for a fence around the reservoir. We did have a fence here. The owner says he didn't take it up, but I doubt that. The fence was torn out. There's been all sorts of driving on the walls of the dam and on the top of the dam, which kills vegetation and creates ruts, and that gives a infiltration point for erosion, which is our biggest hazard on these land dams. The biggest hazard is the erosion. If it wasn't, generally you can talk to people and they'll change their practices. That hasn't worked here. The denial of knowing where the fence went and letting people just drive all over it. It's pretty flagrant, and I believe our coordinator, what's his name, Dustin?
Dr. Larry Lear.
Larry Lear.
He has expressed his frustration over this particular dam because it is a high hazard dam. He has had many conversations, sent letters, and there's been no change in practices.
Right underneath it.
Yeah.
So, looking at it, probably the best thing to do is to bring some sort of lawsuit to enjoin the practices that are harming the dam, require replacement of the fence. And, there's just not much other way to do it if they're not going to respond to the letters and the one-on-one conversations that have been had. Maybe a court can convince them to comply with the law and comply with the easement.
Mike,
Yes.
I drove over there Saturday, and we're talking about the area right behind the dam where it's a camp. It's a camp.
RV park?
It's like an RV park. Is that what
Axtell
we're talking
RV
about?
Park.
Right.
Yeah. So how could they establish that there anyway? I don't understand.
Probably because they're not permanent. They're on wheels. Right, Mike?
Well, I'm not sure, but in reality, you can have even RV parks are considered subdivisions of a type. And so I'm not really sure if they're legally there or not, to tell you the truth.
Then the other issue is how they're under a septic, which they'd have to be. There's not any utility to handle sewer, so it'd have to be some sort of septic system. And so how does it handle, our permitting for septic, it can't be, it's gotta be more than a quarter acre or more, or half acre or more, I forgot.
Half acre or more.
Well, there's no way they could comply to that. So who does the property belong to? Fee simple owner right behind the dam between there and 84, the highway.
I think it's the same owner, Bobby Brown.
Yeah.
Well, they did have some issues with sewer here recently that I was called about.
Okay.
There's like 50 RVs in there now.
Yeah, there's a lot of them in there.
And if that dam broke, it's gonna go right across 84. And
Yeah.
There's some houses on the other side that are
Yeah.
gonna be issues.
There's a lot of structures in the flood zone all around there. And
Yeah.
all really in the county. I've seen it.
And a major US highway.
Yeah, and then the other thing is these groups sometimes they're mobile units and sometimes they're fixed structures there's no way they could comply with the septic tank laws. It's coming up all over the county in unincorporated areas because we don't.
Well, and Judge, we did not look into that because the primary request was about the dam, but we can look into that. We'll get with Amy and with the city of Waco and look at that.
Okay.
Margaret?
Well, that's kind of, that's something I'm just pitching out, and yes, that's something we should look at.
Yes.
But right now, we're dealing with this Brown issue. Commissioner Wilson, did you have?
Yeah, they have a kind of a big not a big solid building there where they store stuff under too. Right there to the left of it, they've got a driveway that goes up on the dam and you can tell it's like a highway.
Yeah, and I've dealt with I used to be on this board of this watershed board, and there is a problem. Mike's exactly right. You start making trails up a steep incline, then you're gonna cause erosion. It's gonna cause a bigger problem, and as we know, what it costs to fix these dams that have erosion issues. That's where they start. Things, it could be a game trail, a livestock trail, or a vehicle trail that starts the whole problem, so.
Yeah, and driving around on top of the dam, that is standard apparently.
Yeah.
And so all that vegetation is being pushed down and killed. We might want to prevent unauthorized vehicles from being on the dam at all.
But generally, the landowner has an easement to go across that dam, but, I know in the one I was associated with, but I don't know about this one, but I would think for a landowner to go from one side of their property to the other, that they're allowed to go across it, but that's flat up there on the top. So it's not as big a chance of erosion, and, but it's all the inclines on both sides going towards the water, and then on the other side, on the off side, so. Well, I think we ought to move forward with, taking, a more aggressive approach in getting this fellow's attention, but look at all these other issues, including septic as well. And I don't know if they have an aerobic system or not, but that's another issue. All new ones in the unincorporated areas have to be aerobic. And, so.
I doubt that they're that close, they'd have aerobic, because they'd be shooting it on each other.
Yeah, well, that's what happened.
There's a nice thought.
Well, yeah, I think the sprinkler heads are down toward that big building, but I do know he's had some issues with his septic system and has been called in on.
Okay.
Some avenue to go down.
Yeah. Okay, so that's your recommendation, Mike, as we move forward with this, get it in.
Right, I mean, I could send a letter first and see if that did any good, but given his response to previous letters, I don't know that that would do any good.
Yeah.
Do we want to? Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, do we want this to be inclusive of, or inclusive of just the damage we're talking about with the fence and everything, or does it need to be inclusive of any violations of county ordinance or county subdivision requirements or state requirements?
Right now, we'd have to keep it limited to the dam and the easement.
Okay, but we can ask engineering and OSSF to look into any other problems out there.
Right. We could even get the TCEQ involved.
Okay.
But if, OSSF goes out there, I'm sure they're gonna find violations.
Well, we need to ask them to do that.
They need to go out then.
Okay. All right, any other questions, comments? If not, what's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve the authorization to file a lawsuit against Mr. Bobby Brown and any others involved in violation of the easement.
All right.
Second.
Have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. Thank you, Mike. Justin?
Thanks.
Yes, sir. All right, we can move back up to the top of the agenda and go to the pulled item from consent. It is item E3A, discussion and or action regarding replacement of county engineer, including but not limited to just related matters. So I'd like to call on Anna.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
I have here an item for the county engineer position. Currently, we have Amy Berlarley Highland serving as interim county engineer. She was appointed as interim on April 1st, so she's just over her 90 days in that position or role. She began employment with the county as the assistant county engineer on July 22nd of 2024. So she's close to her year mark in general with the county. In review of the qualifications that Amy holds, her experience exceeds those required of the county engineer position because she has served for 90 days as interim and because the county policy does allow for promotion, for officials to promote an employee to vacant position without posting the vacancy if they're not more than 2 pay grades above higher than their existing position. So we want to submit for consideration to the court the option of directly appointing Amy into the county engineer position.
Okay, so I'm very confident in Amy's abilities, and that's my opinion coming from my office, but I would like to hear from Road and Bridge, who interacts with her more directly. So anyone have any thoughts or comments?
It's a whole new experience. Let me put it that way.
Positive, right?
Yes, very much so. And it's, that whole department seems to be working well, and I've certainly appreciated Amy and her expertise.
Right.
Yeah, she spent 3 hours with me last week in my pickup.
Yeah.
And we went around all precinct 2, and I kept her off the rock over there, you know, and, but, yeah, it was,
Oh, my goodness, you're going
it was very good.
You pulled the archives out on that one, didn't you?
That helped. Yeah. Oh, yeah, it was a great time. We accomplished a lot of things that, I've been here almost 8 months now, but, it's like night and day to when I started too. So, thank you.
Okay.
Perfectly happy.
She brings a lot of interaction and seems to be genuinely interested in solving problems.
Yes. All right, so if I were to make a motion, which I am, to put her in that permanent position, could I get a second?
Second.
All right, motion second. Any other discussions?
Does that include the salary that she recommends?
Yes, I can speak to that. And so the
Yeah, go ahead.
recommendation is to have the appointment effective the following pay periods, and at the starting salary of $136,345.
And is that the, what level is that? That's the, above.
So that's the max amount of
Yeah,
the
max.
position as it currently exists.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, I think with her experience, the experience level she came here with would
Amen.
qualify her.
Well, she could go to Austin and make.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay.
You don't mention that. All right.
Want to go to Austin?
No, she doesn't want to go to Austin, but I'm just saying,
Yeah.
we're very fortunate to have
The
her.
compensation ratio based on this salary compared to market is only a 0.89, so it's not at market.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know if you wanted me
Anna-
to mention that either, Judge.
Anna. She always good with those numbers.
Yeah. All right, we have a motion, second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Congratulations.
Pass. And then, Anna, the next thing would be fill the position that Amy came out of as the interim. So you'll get with Amy and bring recommendation to the court.
Yes, sir. I'll be getting with Amy and seeing what her vision is for that position.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right,
All
Dustin.
right, we move on to item F, bids, RFPs, RFQs. F1 is authorization of quote with CDWG for Adobe Acrobat licensing. John?
Good morning.
Morning.
This is for Adobe Acrobat licensing. We currently have on-premise licensing, but that is ending as of November of this year. So we need to purchase new licenses, and like all the others, they're going to a subscription-based model. We did look at all our licensing. We think we can do it with 600 Adobe licenses and then Adobe Sign for Enterprise. And that will help us for people to digitally sign documents. The total there is $72,500.36, and this was in the budget for $70,000. But we have the extra $2,500 in our software line, so we think we can handle that this year.
Questions?
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion, second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those pass.
F2 is authorization of quotes from Brazos Media Technologies. F2A is regarding NAV system for Commissioners Court. John?
Yes, so this is a networked audiovisual system. It's meant as both a backup for this system that we have for Commissioners Court and for spare parts for troubleshooting. As you know, we've had several issues during live broadcasts, and Ideally, this will minimize those. I doubt we could completely eliminate them, but this will help us do that at $16,880.
All two people that were watching complain.
Hey, my wife.
We can include the participants at least and get that number up in the double digits.
Okay. Any questions?
Move to approve, Judge.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
F2B is regarding audiovisual equipment for AgriLife Extension, Cobb's Meeting Room, and this goes along with the budget amendment as well. I-1B, TJ?
Yes, so before you have the quote from Brazos Media. So this is to retrofit that room to make it an adequate meeting space for the county in the future. Of course, all this equipment, audio, visual, and all the AV stuff that's going in there, we designed the room to hold about 350 people. So this really retrofits that room, makes it a great usable space for the future. IT has looked it over. They actually walked it with Brazos Media. Everybody is in agreement, so we seek approval.
Any questions?
It makes sense if we're going to, this is going to be like an education room that we have what we need in there to take care of it. So I think it's a good deal.
Okay. Did we get a motion?
So move.
All right. I'll second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Thank you.
Thank you.
F3 is authorization of quote from Total Office Solutions for 1211 Washington Avenue Information Technology Conference Room. John?
So what this is our conference room equipment. We came to you a few months ago when we moved into our new building. We thought we could push this one off to the new year, and we still can if needs be, but the room is ready for us now. We have the AV equipment in there and all the power we need. It would be a conference table, a credenza, and 10 chairs at a total of $10,252.50.
You have it in the budget, I assume.
Yes, we have it, sorry. We didn't include it in 25 budget, but we do have sufficient funds from our existing budget to cover this.
Okay. All right, what's the pleasure?
Motion to approve.
All right, that motion second. Any other discussion? No discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Thank you.
All right.
F4 is sorry, Judge.
Go ahead.
F4 is authorization of quote with Extraco Technologies for structured cabling for AgriLife Extension, Cobb's Meeting Room, and this also goes along with the budget amendment. TJ?
So this one coincides with F2B. So this is the connectivity portion of that AV project. So this will allow us to bring internet services into the room.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, have motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. I'd like to stop briefly for a break. Let's take a 5-minute recess.
Thanks, Judge.
Nice.
Good.
Tough with that light right there, trying to
Observation, yeah. Okay,
End up hitting that button right there.
we went a little over 5 minutes. Let's call court back into session. All right, Dustin.
Yes, sir. We can move on to item G, contracts, interlocal agreements. G1 is authorization of interlocal cooperative agreement with the city of Moody for road work. Commissioner Smith?
Just pretty standard agreement with them. They need some work done within the city, and we've would like to enter into an interlocal with them. So my motion would be to approve the agreement with the city of Moody.
Second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Good job. I like helping those little cities.
You bet.
G2 is authorization of parking space lease agreement with American Amicable Life Insurance Company of Texas. And I'm going to share my screen really quick. So as the court's aware, we've been talking about parking needs around the courthouse for a while. Y'all designated the courthouse parking lot and the records building parking lot as the courthouse complex parking lots and for county business jurors only. The Sheriff's Office has done a great job of enforcing the courthouse parking lot parking with the paid parking along Austin. Like I said, they've done a great job enforcing it. Still see a need for parking. So as we mentioned before, we reached out to the Alico about getting some of their surface street level parking. So what's before you for consideration today, this would be a month-to-month lease. It would be 24 parking spots at the cost of $1,000 a month. And you'll see on the screen, it'll be at the corner of Washington and 4th. They would designate 24 spots for our use. They'll come in, repave the lot, stripe it, number those, then let us know the spots that they have designated. We visited with the Sheriff's Office, with maintenance, with Constable Precinct 1. They are willing to park some of their vehicles over there. So I think we'll be marked vehicles, probably around 20 a day. And that'll leave a few spots for employees. And they said they've asked their employees, some of them, they will ask them to park over there as well. So as I said, it's a month-to-month lease. We can cancel on 30 days notice. Something that we would recommend trying out as we continue to move on with the judicial center conversion, and knowing a lot of street works and street closures will be coming up that will continue to impact the campus.
Okay, Dustin's done a good job of negotiating and working with this group, and as you know, maybe when construction's finished in a couple of years and Columbus is open, we won't need to continue this, but it is month to month. So I recommend this move. So I'd make a motion, we approve this.
Second.
All right?
Yep.
Motion made and second. Any discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. And I would like to, Dustin, refer parking and designated parking spots to be discussed in the space allocation committee next time we meet as well. So
sounds good.
If we're gonna pay for them, we need to use them.
yeah, that's right, and we'll monitor that and watch that. All right, go ahead.
Very good. Thank you all. All right, moving on to item G3, authorization of master interlocal cooperative purchasing agreement with the city of Grand Prairie. Ken?
Of course, like many other cooperative agreements that we entertain, this is a cooperative agreement that will allow us to use contracts that they derive by a bidding process, so that it would meet our bidding requirements and allow us to use contracts that they've already bid. So.
Is this for my precinct, isn't it?
Yes,
Okay.
this is a pretty standard agreement. The others read pretty much like this.
It's gonna be piggybacking on a seal coat, Sawyer seal for a subdivision. And I think 20 free tickets to the Six Flags Over Texas, I think.
This is taking a contract that the city of Grand Prairie's already gone through and went through the bidding process.
Absolutely.
So we're able to just piggyback on that and shortcut the time it takes to.
That's right. We don't have to bid it. We can just use their contract.
And I think, just kind of outside discussion, but I think the legislature has authorized bidding to go That passed, didn't it? They could go from 50,000 to 100,000.
Yes, sir.
I think it did.
It
I think it
has.
passed.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Wow.
So that'll help us a lot right there, because it's been 50 for years and years, ever since I've been on court.
We,
I think that
Process
starts in
now?
September.
I mean,
It
it's
starts
effective
September 1.
No, effective September.
September 1.
affirm what I'm saying, Ken, if I'm correct, that we currently have some municipalities that piggyback on some of our contracts.
Yes,
Same
we
way.
do.
Okay.
That's correct.
Grand Prairie.
Very much, again, we're joining someone else's where we allow people to join ours.
Yeah,
I
good.
think we've worked with Woodway and Hewitt before as well, haven't we? On
Yes.
this? So
Okay.
it's a great way to get it done.
Great way to get it done
All right,
at the best price.
okay. We have a motion?
So move.
Second.
Have a motion, second, any discussion? No discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, pass.
G4 is authorization of agreement quote with Solid IT Networks for network design reconfiguration. John?
So this is, as we grow and as we've evolved, we need to redesign our network, our computer network. This was in the FY ʼ25 budget. It's $6,787.50. It's Solid IT.
Okay, any questions? Is there a motion to approve agreement with IT Networks, Solid IT Networks?
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion, second, any other discussion? No discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, pass.
G5 is regarding the software as a services agreement amendment with Tyler Technologies, authorization of enterprise justice interface setup and configuration quote for enforcement mobile. John?
Yes, this is a, excuse me, this is a $0 amendment to the Tyler contract. It's just putting enterprise justice content management system back into the scope, which was the original understanding. So no dollars attached to this. The steering committee has approved this for recommending Commissioners Court approval.
All right, any questions?
I like the cost.
Yep, okay.
Motion to approve, Judge.
All right, have a motion, second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, pass.
Thank you, John.
All right, we can move down to item G7, authorization of professional services agreement and related construction materials testing proposal with Langerman Engineering for Justice of the Peace Precinct 5 office. TJ?
Judge, we'd like to defer this for a couple of rounds. We want those final bids to come back in and incorporate this into that total number. So let's defer this if everybody's okay with it.
All right, I'd make a motion, we defer.
Second.
Motion made and second, any discussion? No discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
We need to pull G8 with no action.
All right, G8 pull with no action.
I'll move us down to item H, capital improvement and construction projects. And there's 3 on the engineering office that I'll be covering. Do you just want me to read them all in at one time, Judge?
Please.
H1's regarding the Old Springfield Road Waterline Improvement Project. This is an invoice through May. It totals, $555 with Walker Partners. H2 is regarding Chapel Road improvements, professional surveying and civil engineering services with Walker Partners. This invoice totals $18,969, and it is on, again, on the Chapel Road Improvement Project. And then H3 is Chapel Road Improvements Agreement with Consperian Underground, doing business as H&B Contractors, authorization of application for payment number 16. And this invoice totals $617,476.56. These have all been reviewed and are recommended for approval.
All right, any questions? If not, what's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made and second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, pass.
H4 is regarding the Justice of the Peace Precinct 5 Office Edition fee proposal from CPNY, doing business as STV, authorization of professional service invoice for May 2025. Ken?
Yeah, this invoice is in the amount of $525. I will say that we did have our pre-bid yesterday that Daryl Vickers attended and helped describe the project to the bidders that showed up. So anyway, this is reviewed and we
recommend. Okay. All right, what's the pleasure of the court?
So move.
Second.
Have a motion and second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
All right, moving on to item I, budget amendments. I1 regarding the FY25 budget. Francis?
Thank you. So like Dustin mentioned, for 2025, starting with I, 1A, this is a budget amendment in the general fund for 74th District Court. And they're requesting to move within their department to increase visiting judges' compensation. They only had a placeholder in that line. And so they're needing to accommodate some expenses there. I-1B, this is general fund capital outlay. This request is to move money from the countywide contingencies into capital outlay to cover the AV upgrade at AgriLife Extension, and you approved this on an earlier item today on the agenda. I-1C, this is a budget adjustment for recording purposes for Fund 252, state forfeiture funds for the Sheriff's Office, and so it is just adjusting funds between furniture and equipment and software licensing and support.
Which one was that one?
That was I-1C.
Did we do D?
No, not yet.
Okay. We did I-1E, okay.
So then I-1D, this is general fund, good information technology. And this is a request to increase various lines in their department. They are able to move from other lines within the department, but this covers some cabling, networking projects, as well as some professional development. I-1E, this is general fund, Sheriff's Office, specifically the jail medical department. There's a need to increase the line item for medical services. And so they have found in various lines amounts that they can move to help support that increase, but we will need to move a portion of it from countywide contingencies. I-1F, this is general fund JP Precinct 5, requesting to move within that department to increase professional development for the year. I-1G, this is general fund Road and Bridge 1. The request is to move from the countywide road and bridge contingencies into that department, and this will cover outsourcing a microsurface and crack seal project that is being completed this fiscal year. I-1H, this is general fund Road and Bridge Precinct 2, requesting to move within that department into repair and maintenance to cover necessary costs for the remaining of fiscal year. We will need to pull with no action I-1I.
I-1I, pull with no action.
And then I-1J, this is a budget amendment in Fund 418, which is our venue project construction fund. And so this is moving within that fund into the repair and maintenance line. It'll cover some work being done by Brazos Media, as well as some glass repair that is being done by Rocket Glass. And so this being work done on the venue project facilities will only come from that venue project fund. So that concludes I-1A through I-1J with the exception of I-1I that we pulled.
All right. Got a motion?
Motion to approve.
All right. Second. Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
And then are we going to hold I-2A until after we take care of the other action items?
Okay.
All right, so moving on, nothing under item J this week. Under K, grants, K1's our ARPA discussion. K1A is regarding the professional services agreement with Forbes Mazars. Invoice through May 2025. This invoice totals $8,130.27 and has been reviewed and is recommended for approval.
All right. Any questions? Not, is there a motion?
Motion to approve invoice from Forbes.
Second.
All right. Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
K1B is authorization of fourth addendum to professional consulting agreement with Lockwood, Andrews, and Newnham, providing for monitoring engineering services for ARPA water projects. As the court's aware, we have multiple agreements with LAN. Two of those were related to ARPA. The first was the identification piece of those ARPA eligible water projects. Then the second was the monitoring piece. They've been complete on the identification piece for some time, haven't drawn down any additional funds, but there were $16,780.51 that were allocated on the identification piece. We would like to move those over to the monitoring piece. So that's what's before you today is just this addendum. And then we will be bringing additional, we kind of broke these out in work orders, anywhere from 35 to 40, 45,000. We'll be bringing another one of these forward soon, and Tom and Haley will be giving an update to the court. So we just need a motion to approve this addendum with LAN.
All right, any questions? I like the fact we're breaking these out per project and so everybody understands, what work we're seeing and getting done. And when project's completed, then it goes away and we have what's left. So I'd make a motion, we approve this.
Second.
Have a motion, second, any other discussion? The only other thing is, I think the next presentations will have to do with Tom and his crew giving us advice on, as we move into the, the Central Texas Water Alliance, which is going to be a very complex project, and we really need someone that, at least I do, someone that speaks the language to help us go forward. So, all right, we have a motion second. No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
K1C is authorization of American Rescue Plan budget adjustment. Francis?
So this is related to the item that Dustin just spoke on and you approved. And so it is, like the judge mentioned, just clearly defining that work that's being done by LAN through the ARPA funding. And so it is moving it from the identification work into the monitoring work to be done.
Okay, any questions? Not any questions. Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve the budget adjustment for the ARPA.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
K1D is regarding Fern Valley Road low water crossing improvements, agreement with Holy Contractors, authorization of application for payment number 2. Ken?
Yes, again, this is a request from Holy Contractors, pay application. I've spoke with Amy, and she's good with this request. I am as well. The amount is $27,269.75, and I know we have it rounded off in the notes at $27,270. It's good for, we recommend approval.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
K1E is regarding the McLennan County ARPA HVAC renovation project, agreement with Lockbridge Priest, authorization to pay application number 6. Ken?
Yes, again, this is payout number 6 for Lockridge Priest in the amount of $380,266. And I have 37 cents, and again, in the notes, we have 38 cents. But again, this has been reviewed by the engineer and should be good for payment. We recommend approval.
Motion to approve the pay application.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
K2 is regarding the Texas Veterans Commission Fund for Veterans Assistance, Veterans Treatment Court Grant, authorization of notice of grant award. Visited with Amy this morning. This is a renewal of a grant. The amount actually increased from $100,000 to $120,000, but they also extended, instead of being a 12-month term, it has moved to a 14-month term.
Good.
But it is for the Veterans Treatment Court and it's recommended for approval.
Motion to approve the grant award.
Second.
Have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
K3 is regarding the Texas Parks and Wildlife Local Park Grant Program, authorization of grant application and assignment of grant consultant. Last July, we had approved Mundo to submit a grant application to Texas Parks and Wildlife for Trading House Lake Park. That application was not selected for funding. However, they kind of went through the debrief with Texas Parks and Wildlife, and we were just a few points short. The next round of funding is out there and available, and applications due August 1st. So what we would like to do is, if the court's willing, is to designate Mundo again as our grant consultant and authorize the submission of this grant application and any related documents.
And what would this, what would be the improvements we get from this?
You know, Judge, I'm looking to see if I have last year's application. I think it was a continuation of the barbecue areas, the canopies, the RV parks, but I can find out specifically. I can do it and let you know in just a minute if that's
Well,
okay.
yeah, that's fine, and it's, I know it's towards something like that.
Yeah.
But, you know, there's plenty of room to expand, those little areas like that, so, I'm good with that. So I'd make a motion we approve to go forward with the grant.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
Would their fees that they charge for this come from the grant if it's approved? Is that where they will be funded?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Thank you.
All right, have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
Right, moving down to item L, Department Office Specific Requests. L1 is Tax Office designation of Tax Assessor Collector as the primary voting delegate for the National Association of Counties NACO Annual Business Meeting. Randy Riggs is going to be in attendance at this meeting, so he reached out letting us know that we could select him as our primary voting delegate. Those delegations need to be returned before July 13th, and that meeting is held beginning Monday, July 14th. I believe we did this last summer, and so that is our recommendation.
Okay. Any questions or comments? All right, is there a motion to approve that?
So move.
All right, have a motion and a second. Any other, I'll second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
L2 is County Sheriff, authorizations regarding use of tax settlement funds for ADA accommodations for jail transport van. Major Ives?
We had asked for a ADA accommodation piece of equipment for one of our vans in the FY25 capital outlay budget. We had requested $14,000. That item is actually going to cost $14,970, so $970 more than we originally anticipated. We're asking the court associate some funds, the $970 overage from a tax settlement proceeds from a wrecked vehicle.
All right, and so the wrecked vehicle funds go back in the general fund, right?
Yes, and they had been certified originally and placed in capital outlay for another use, but this is just
Okay.
a remaining amount that they
Yeah.
would like to utilize for the van.
Okay.
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
Moving on to item M, additional items. M1 is selection designation of public members of the Salary Agreements Committee regarding the FY26 budget. And Mercedes, I don't think we need to do anything today, correct?
That's correct, Dustin.
I wanted you.
All right.
All right, moving on to item M2. This is authorizations regarding 2025 North and East Texas County Judge and Commissioners Conference Host Court Night. I don't have anything this week. I don't know if anybody from the court does. If not, we will move on to item M4, authorization of reappointment to the Heart of Texas Behavioral Health Network Board of Trustees. BHN is requesting the reappointment of Josh Blake to their Board of Trustees. If reappointed, his term would run through June 3rd, 2027.
All right, any questions? What's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve the appointment.
Second.
All right, have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Moving to M6 regarding the Local Provider Participation Fund. We have two items here. I'll read them both in. M6A is authorization of intergovernmental transfer of funds. This is under the GME, the Graduate Medical Education Program, and M6B is an IGT under the ATLAS, the Aligning Technology by Linking Interoperable Systems for Client Health Outcomes Program. Heather?
Yes, we have the GME for fiscal year 25 with a due date of Thursday, July 10th, a settlement date Friday, July 11th. We do not have the exact IGT amount requested, so we are requesting to approve up to the balance in the LPPF. The second one is for our ATLAS program year 25 second half with the due date of Monday, July 7th, settlement date of Tuesday, July 8th. Requested amount is $363,000. $448.04. But just in case that amount changes before we IGT, we'll request to approve up to the balance in the LPPF on the day of transfer.
All right, any questions? All right, what's the pleasure of the court?
M6A, M6B, motion to approve up to the balance in the LPPF accounts.
I'll second that. Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
Item 7 is discussion and/or action regarding gates at Precinct 3 radio tower site. Ken?
The court granted us an amount of money to put in a fence surrounding the tower at Road and Bridge 3. We had a gate put in off Snyder Road that ended up being a little bit tight for the DPS needs. They wanted a wider gate. So I've asked maintenance to see about getting a quote for a double gate. Now, we're needing to relocate the gate. We have like a 10-foot gate on the left side of a utility pole that's there. We're moving a double gate over to the right side of that utility pole. They also requested a man gate directly in front of the shelter that's there for the tower. The total amount of estimate is $3,186, but speaking with DPS will split the cost of this additional work that we need on the fence.
They just need better drivers.
Oh, now.
10 foot
Let me tell you
wide.
what, this thing has been the most convoluted deal. I mean, it's like they've asked for so many different things. They pulled up bullards. I mean, that it's kind of gotten
We pulled up the bullards, but we put them back.
ridiculous. So, I don't, it's like 1 minute they want something and the next, but, we didn't have to build the tower, so I guess that's a positive. So I'd make a motion that we approve this, and I appreciate Ken and TJ getting half of it.
Second.
I have a motion second, any discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
All right, moving on to item N, Americans with Disabilities Compliance Project. N1 is authorization of professional services invoice with CPNY doing business as STV. N1A is regarding the records building ADA renovations for March, and N1B are the ADA renovations for April and May. Ken?
Yes, the March amount is $706, and I think I did two different ones, I'm sorry. We have the N1A is $706.50, and then we have N1B for $7,224.75. No, I apologize. $12,224.75.
Yeah. That's what my notes say.
Yes, I apologize. I was
all right.
reading the top number and not the bottoms.
Okay. All right, that's why they say always go to the bottom line, right?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, is there a motion to approve the invoice with STV for the amount of $12,224.75?
And 706.
706.50.
Absolutely.
That's the upper bottom line.
Yeah.
Yep. So, move to approve those two amounts.
Second.
Yeah, double bottom. That motion second. Any, we haven't confused everybody enough. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
Right, under item O, McLennan County Downtown Jail Remodel Project. O2 is regarding the McLennan County Downtown Jail remodel for courtrooms and office space, agreement with Brinkley Sergeant Wigington, authorization of invoice number 29. This invoice totals $1,281,084.38. It has been reviewed and is recommended for approval.
Okay, any questions on this?
Motion to approve.
All right, we have a motion to approve. Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Second.
Oh, excuse me. Got a second, thank you. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass. One question, Dustin, have we informed them of, or have they done any work on what the alley will look like upon completion?
They've started, Judge, so we've made them aware of the different elements between the clock and the plaque and those things. So they are aware, and we meet every other Wednesday. TJ Ken and I do with them for our OAC meetings, and so we'll make sure everybody's plugged in on that.
Okay. All right, yeah, okay, I just want to be sure they did that. Okay, go ahead, next.
Yes, sir. Next, we'll be moving to the supplemental agenda under item B. B1 is discussion and/or action regarding the Central Texas Water Alliance funding amount. Judge?
All right, so this Thursday will be the first meeting where actually the governing body, initial governing body will be selected. And so until there will be a process where all the interested parties that would be potential water users would put in an application to be members and those things, and then that body will end up being the driving board of the organization. Currently, right now, what's recommended for the third would be the Bell County judge, McClendon County judge, and 2 water districts would be the 4 founding members. The good thing, one of these water districts is WCID, which is run by Ricky Garrett, who used to work for the city of Waco. And our folks know him real well. Amy knows him real well. He's putting together a lot of the design work. It's gonna take some administrative costs to get this thing off the ground. So the recommendation would be for the city to put in, the Bell County to put in $50,000. Bell County, McClendon County, and WCID put in $50,000 apiece. The other water district does in-kind by providing office space and some engineering. So that would be the plan, and that's not on the action item right now, but I want to give everybody a heads up. And then what this would be to approve me to be the designee for the McClendon County on that 4-member board. So we'll all learn a lot more than we know right now on Thursday about the plan and all. I've seen a lot of this is a copy of a successful project that Hays County brought water from East Texas and has got all the plans approved and those kind of things. So I'm asking for a motion for me to be the designee on that and represent McClendon County.
Judge, we were able to do that last session.
Okay.
So this one would actually be going to the funding amount.
I'm sorry. So it is the 50,000. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Has that been approved by Bell County already?
They've verbally committed. I'm sure that it's going to their commissioner's court.
Okay. Should motion be up to 50,000 then? So we can.
Yeah, and subject to the other entities, their commitment.
Equal contributions, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Motion to approve the up to $50,000
Okay.
amount
Subject to
for the initial funding for Central Texas Water Alliance.
Second.
All right, I have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass. And Dustin, we did post that, didn't we? Or what do we?
Yes, so it's posted as a meeting, it's posted as a gathering of the Commissioners Court where a quorum may be present, but no county business would be acted on.
Yeah.
But the Water Alliance has posted a separate, agenda for that group as well.
Yeah.
So if we have a quorum, we're covered.
Yeah, and I know going down, Commissioner Smith and I will be in the vehicle together and possibly one other person or two other people. They just can't be a court member, so.
And if I need to find another way, I'll, yeah, if that's a
No,
problem.
I think that.
I think we're okay.
We're good, yeah.
I'll,
So any,
You two gonna cover us on the water meeting?
yeah,
I'm planning on being there,
good, yeah, I appreciate
but
anybody.
I'll drive my own.
Yeah, I appreciate
lot going on
anybody
that day.
coming. I think it's gonna be it's not, there's not much that'll happen overnight. It's gonna take some time, and this is for generations to come.
this is as good as, yeah, I mean, it doesn't get any better than this, supplying water for our kids' future, and grandkids and great-grandkids,
Yeah.
and everyone in this area.
And I was at a Brazos River Authority, meeting of the water users, within the whole Brazos River, and we were recognized as, by that group as, forward-thinking and, you know, knowing that now the window's closing to be able to access water from the outside. So it's like new water coming into this area.
You know, I would guess there'd be a lot of interested parties that end up showing up, and I don't know whether or not they'll want to participate or not, or
Well,
at least have some interest.
It's a very good turnout of those interested, and that includes one huge one, which is Fort Hood, formerly Fort Cavazos, it was formerly Fort Hood, being a big player in this thing as well, because they want to be sure they have water
Amen.
as a, backup to any disasters that might
It is
happen.
Fort Hood again.
Yeah, it
Believe
is Fort
so.
Hood now, yeah, yeah, it's,
Judge, with the, and I don't know what it's called, the bills that have passed in Austin, the money that's been funneled into it for water, is that a possibility that some of that could be accessed through grant applications and stuff? Is that?
yeah, that was the purpose, the big, so $2.5 billion, I believe, was the amount, worth the commitment over 20 years of at least $1 billion a year, to go in the Water Development Fund. So there's adequate money, there to buy those, bonds. And so, ad valorem tax would not be used for the construction or anything else. It would all be revenue bonds. So the water users pay for the bonds.
Right.
It's like a venue tax almost, you know, where the visitors pay for the fund. And then the other thing the legislation did was give us, the authority for eminent domain to be able to run the pipeline, from, East Texas.
I understand we already have a lot of right-of-ways built in already, so.
That, according to a report that, you know, that would be the path of least resistance is find existing
Current.
right-of-ways and use that. But I know Hayes County, their water line was 96 miles long and a 42-inch line. I think the initial discussions had to be around maybe 2 lines that would come and one split off and drop into McClendon County and one into Bell County. So it's important for us to be able to get as many folks that are interested in a commit, because it'd be, I would think it would have to be kind of like a take or pay commitment. In other words, they're going to pay money to have the opportunity to buy the water, and that pay that they do services the debt on the bond. So,
Interesting.
yeah, quite the deal.
Yep.
But yeah, Texas legislature was really made water a high priority, and so with that,
Rightfully so.
entertain a motion to, do we get a motion on this, to approve it that we did, and a second? All right, no other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. Dustin?
Judge, that should be all the action items with the exception of our I2A budget workshop.
Okay. All right, it it's a little bit before 11. I had kind of thought, but you tell me, Francis, that we would start after lunch and have a clean run, but what do you think?
That sounds great to me. I think it would be hard to, we would have to pause and come back after
Yeah.
lunch, so I think that would be a good plan.
Yeah.
And whatever, we're prepared to be here, so whatever time works best for
Okay.
everyone is good
So
with
I was
us.
thinking if we came back at whatever time y'all think, 1 or 1:30, and we would start, we'd have a sure hour and a half run for sure, and whatever more time it takes in that regard too. Is that
I'm fine with 1, if everybody, that's up to y'all.
everybody all right at 1 o'clock?
Yeah.
Okay.
We don't have any executive sessions or anything? Notice one's highlighted.
Well, that was because we thought we were gonna talk about that Brown issue, but it really was open
session.
Open session.
Okay.
Isn't that right, Dustin?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
All right, nothing else on this particular agenda, then we will recess until 1 PM today to start on budgeting discussions.
I'm gonna buy you for Christmas next year.
Recording in progress.
Okay, it is almost time.
It is.
Just tell me what I can do to help.
There it is. All right, let's call court back into session. All right, what's that agenda item?
I2A.
Okay, all right, and so we'll kick it off to Francis, and everybody sit back and watch the show.
Mm-hmm.
Always nerve-wracking the first day. Okay. We've passed out to you a copy of this presentation that we'll pull up on the screen as well. But I've also passed out a calendar that will go through the days that we meet. As we know, this will change, of course, day by day, hour by hour, but just to give us a little bit of a glimpse of what those days look like. So, but yes, we are ready to kick off these workshops for 2026 for the budget and for the related tax rate. We do have some housekeeping items that I wanted to cover today, and then I'd like to do an overview of some of the big picture numbers and tax rate scenarios as well. And so for those that may be listening away from here, for ones that haven't been through this process as much as others, this is just really simple, of course, but our point of all of these meetings through the next month is to, number one, build transparent budgets for all of the funds that you have control over. And then number two, of course, adopt that ad valorem tax rate that helps support those needs. So there are two very, very different processes, two completely different items, very interdependent of each other, though, because as we know, if you affect one, it affects the other. So our plan, of course, is to create a proposed budget and propose a tax rate by July 29th. About exactly 4 weeks from today. So all of our meetings, all of the discussions that we'll be having up until then, those discussions, those questions we're asking you, that's what helps us to know what you want included in that proposed budget, helps us build that document. So throughout the workshops, you won't really be voting on anything, but we'll be asking for consensus on items. And so that, again, is just to let us know that your intended purpose is making its way into that budget document. And so then those two items that will then formally be released as a proposed budget and a proposed tax rate, and then that is where the timelines start, and that leads us to the end of August where we will be adopting both. So both of those items set in stone at the end of August. And then, of course, between proposed and adopted, you can adjust the budget as you need to, but tax rate can only be decreased between proposed and adopted. So we, of course, as usual, have a lot of things to cover, but I think we'll work through it in an orderly fashion, should run smoothly. I know sometimes it feels like we jump from topic to topic, but it's just kind of the nature of what we have to do to make our way through all of the items. I think one thing that, we've mentioned before, if you want more data about something, if you need historical info, if there's a concern you have, let us know. And if it's something we need to gather from a department, we can get that quickly. And then that way we can get decisions from you as quickly as possible. And so again, we passed out that daily schedule. And so we'll be updating those schedules as much as we know, and been keeping you in the loop. But again, it's hard to know. It's hard to know if we'll talk through something in 10 minutes or it'll take you a whole day. Sometimes it's just very difficult to predict those things, and that's okay. But we, of course, will make sure that we cover all of the changes in the budget and what's in the budget. And so we want you to make sure that nothing is just slid in, that you understand those changes, that it is transparent. And then we get into that nitty-gritty detail, but also that we step back frequently and we take pauses and we look at, okay, where are we at? What's our fund balance going to be? What does our tax rate need to be? Excuse me. So this list of fund groups, so those first three, of course, are funds, general fund, debt service, and permanent improvement. Those are the funds that are primarily funded by the tax rate. That fourth category, special revenue funds, I know sometimes those get kind of pushed to the end, but very important, because as long as we spend those wisely, those funds will help take the burden off of the general fund. So we want to make sure we're using those and using those efficiently. But of course, main focus of always of the workshops is the general fund. So I want to talk a little bit about the documents that we'll be going through and what you have access to, because that's changed a little bit, I know, each year, and this year has also changed as well. So Haley, and if you didn't get the email, let us know, but Haley sent out an email yesterday, and it has a link in it. And so, yeah, we'll kind of walk through that just to make sure everybody's seeing what we are. But that link Haley will send that out frequently as we make changes. And so that way you'll always to have that link at the top of your email, or, you wouldn't have to search for it. Okay. So when you click that link out of the email, you come here to budget info and documents. You'll go through the FY26, and then you'll see all of the folders and then some Excel documents at the bottom. I know I'm already losing my voice.
Dustin, you don't need to move up here where you can see this better? Your vision's that good.
And he has a TV.
Get up, I mean, how many fingers? No, 3, that's right. Okay.
So you can, this is read-only access for you, so you don't have to worry about messing anything up or changing anything. But the folders at the top, you can play with those, dig through those if you want. Some of them have the actual PDFs of all the department requests. There's letters from the outside entities, so just everything that we have gathered, we have it here for you as well. And then at the bottom, there are the worksheets, and we're gonna go through the general fund worksheet.
You say that some of those we can manipulate if we want to change?
So you will need to save it,
Save
download
it.
it to your computer.
Download it to your desktop.
Okay,
Yeah, have it on the normal Excel.
right. And then we can play with the number, okay.
Tear it apart or whatever you need to.
Okay, thank you.
So again, have any issues with that, please let us know. And so we're gonna open up the general fund document. And I don't think we've done this in a lot of detail in the past few years. So I just wanna walk, even though we're used to staring at this day after day during the summer, I wanna walk through some of the highlights of it and kind of talk about how this is put together. So when you open this spreadsheet, on the left, and these are the same tabs that have been there for many years now, but you'll see a lot of summary tabs. So there's a summary tab for tax info. There's a summary tab for fund balance summary, expenditures, a main summary, and then revenues. And so that main summary, of course, is that one we passed you out a copy of it just to have that in front of you, but that is what we're always coming back to. And this spreadsheet is set up so that everything filters in as we make changes. Changes with the tax rate too. You can play with those yellow boxes with the tax rate and see what other rates look like. So again, I know you're familiar with those in a way, but just want to go through them in a little more detail.
Francis?
Yes, sir.
One thing I meant to point out earlier, if we go through these numbers, there may be things that come up and that remind us of something, and we bring it up in court and start talking about it. So to expedite things, if they're important issues, but yet not germane to the specific discussion, we'll go to we'll call it a parking lot issue, which means it's important, but not germane to this conversation. So that worked pretty good in the last several years. So if we can do that, and you may say, I have a parking lot issue, but I want to say it before I forget it. And so we will put that to the side and try to keep track of that.
Yes, and we'll help keep track of those as well, and make sure our lists are in sync with your office and can bring those back up if needed.
Okay, thank you.
So on I think it's the third tab of this spreadsheet is the expense summary. And so this is it feeds from all of the tabs that come after it in this spreadsheet. And so it lists every single department in the general fund, and then it has columns for budget information for the current year. It has actual to-date information. It has projected, sorry, I should pull it up on here, and then what the department has requested. You'll see increase, decrease, estimated over, under. So that spreadsheet is really good if you're looking at a, glance, just, what do these look like? What's the change from year to year? And like Haley mentioned, if you want to download that, if you want to save that away from this folder, from this, from Teams, you could sort those, play with them, look at percentages. If you need help with that, let us know. But all these tabs are feeding into this, this department expenditure summary. I guess each tab, let's look at, I guess just 0020. Well, but just because it's one of the first ones, we pulled up the county judges department. And so, of course, you have personnel on the top section, all those object numbers start at 4, and then you have all of your operating below the line, your 5s, 6s, 7s, 8s, and 9s. And so they're broken down with separate subtotals, and then, of course, subtotal or total at the bottom. And again, just like in that department expenditure tab, you can kind of walk it forward from year to year. Also, each department that does have personnel related to it, there'll be a tab right behind that department tab, and it'll list the current approved positions, their position number, the title, and then the current salary. And so that's just how each department is set up as you're looking through it, just to make sure everybody is aware of that. And so I want to go over what is included in this document. What have we compiled as far as requests, and what were our assumptions? So we have included all operating and capital requests from each department. So that's anything from supplies, professional development, road construction materials, repair and maintenance. And so we have worked through those. If we had questions about them, like they seemed a little out of whack, if we thought they may need to lower it, if we actually thought they might need to increase it, we worked through those with the departments and make those adjustments along the way. So those requests are baked into this, this spreadsheet already. If a department requested a change in personnel, that is not in here as of yet. So if a department asks for a new position and you look at their personnel summary, it will look like it does today. We don't layer that in as of yet. We want that discussion to happen separately. One other thing about personnel that's included in here, one of the assumptions we've made, last year we used a 96% vacancy factor for personnel. We've seen, getting close to year end, we've seen that has worked well. If you look at the total budget of personnel before taking that 96% factor, it looks like we're gonna spend about 94. So we were within 2% there. I think that's a very lean difference there, and so I think keeping it, if you want to continue doing that, keeping it at 96 is conservative. I think over a few years, you can look at the trend and see what that looks like. But so this budget, again, has that 96% vacancy rate baked into all of the numbers. So you can know that that is already in there as well. The only difference that we have adjusted for personnel in here is if you made a change mid-year. So like you added a court reporter, I think a month or so ago to one of the courts. So we've updated that, of course, because that's a current position now. So you'll see those changes. Also, anyone in law enforcement, the jail that was going to move up the next step on their step plan, we've made those accommodations as well. So of course, increases there. Let's see, outside entities is the other thing that we don't spread those requests throughout the budget. So outside entities, for the most part, the numbers will look like they did in the budget last year, this current year rather. And so then we will go through all of the new requests, and you can let us know what contracts you want to continue, and the budget that you want to set for each. So any questions about what we include in these numbers as we work through them?
That one that's on the board is not the same as this one, because you've included a lot of additional, what?
Oh, yes.
What are we,
We just need to, we're just below the line.
Oh, okay.
So that top part, though, those are the things I just talked through. So leaving personnel the same, but but
So that-
embedding all of the operating increases.
Okay, and we won't go into details right now, but those additional positions, salary increases are all in this number right here.
Yes. So then that's where the ones we don't, we keep in a lump sum, and keeping it in a lump sum just really helps you to see what the, how that's going to affect the budget in total. If we spread it out, it'd be really hard to manipulate and to walk through in options. And so those include COLA and changes to structure, new position request, changes to salary, and then any other pay types, considerations to pay types that we may have. So we have those below the line. We have some estimates. And so you can see what those look like. And again, we'll be talking through those very extensively with HR. But that is just to kind of give you an idea of what all of those items look like if they were layered onto the budget. Also, what we do just for discussion purposes is in this main summary, we've left the tax rate just as the current tax rate. So it's 319,805. And so that's up in that yellow box at the top, and we can play with that. It'll change the revenue number below as we want to look at different scenarios. Okay, so any questions? I think I just asked that, but any other questions before we get into some more details? Just about document in general and, okay.
I was going to say, this page tells me that if we maintain the status quo tax rate and grant every wish that's out there, we would drop down on our fund balance from 39% to 20.4%.
Correct.
Yeah, unassigned fund balance.
Yes. And we'll look at that here in just a second. Yes, sir. Okay. So getting into the details, still high level, getting into the details a little more. We're going to look at general fund. We're going to look at where we are in the current year in FY25 and what that looks like, where we're estimating to end up. We're going to talk a little bit about historical tax rate adoption, what that looks like and how that's affected us as of today, and then some fund balance scenarios related to the tax rate. So the first thing I want to do is to look at where we are fiscal year 25. So today's July 1st. We have 3 full months left of this year, but we have, of course, a good indicator of where we will end. And so when you look at this on the left side, you'll see budgeted. So when we left here last summer, that left column is what we had in place for what we anticipated the general fund to look like through the year. So you'll see there we estimated the beginning fund balance of 80 million. You went with the no new revenue rate. That was almost 81 million in tax revenues, and this is just for general fund. We had other revenues of 55.3 million, and then your expenditures below that. And so you can see that we budgeted to bring fund balance down significantly, and that was to fit into your fund balance goal. Then move over one column to the right.
I didn't think we went to no new revenue.
Did we not, was it not new, was it just above, I'm sorry.
It's just like 1 cent or something like that.
Was it
Yeah,
below?
but it was close, yeah.
Sorry about that.
okay.
I've looked at too many rates today. Yes, you were right, for sure. It was a decrease. It was a decrease in the rate.
Yeah.
Sorry, I misspoke on that part, for sure. Trying to remember. Yes. Yeah, Penny. Yeah. Okay. I have it here in a sec. Yes, Commissioner Jones. So we did just drop an exact penny below. I'm a year behind. So then when we looked at where did we actually begin the year, we actually began to 82.1 million. So that's an audited number. That's where we ended 2024. So slightly off where we thought, or a little more than we thought. You'll see their tax revenues. It should be right on with what we had budgeted or estimated. Our other revenues increased by about 3 million more than we anticipated. And then you'll see below those expenditures, if you look at the far right column, the difference column, we're looking to come about 6.4 million under budget. And so that is after that 96% vacancy factor that we baked in. And so taking that to account, that 6.4 million is about 4%. And so that is the lowest we've come under budget in some years now. Like in 2024, we were a little over 10% under budget. Year before, 6.5%. So we've made a lot of movement to get those numbers more in sync with each other.
A lot of that had to do with budgeting unfilled positions. In other words, if there was, let's say, 25, and we historically looked and there was, we never filled those 25. So we cut it back to, 12 or something like that. That's where that drives. That's one of
Yes,
the
sir.
biggest influencers.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely. So a lot of movement there the last couple of years to
On the
see that.
increase in other revenues, is that mostly sales tax or?
So it is sales tax. We had a pretty big increase in alcoholic beverage tax over the last couple of years.
Thanks, Ben.
Here to help.
Interest revenue has been
Yeah.
increasing year after. We'll see that start to dwindle as we have started spending down significant portions of ARPA funds.
Yeah.
So the interest earned on the ARPA funds, we were able to absorb into the general fund and use for general fund purposes. And so some fluctuations there. And then just all in all, the conglomeration of all of our fines and fees and interlocal agreements and all of those things make up that other revenues line.
The transfer from ARPA to the, is that throwing off this transfers to other funds?
Yes. So
Okay.
in 2024, we were able to cover roughly 10 million, I guess, or a little less, roughly 10 million in personnel cost. And that made our fund balance higher than it would have normally been. And so last year, we took that same amount, we transferred to keep expenditures even and not have them go all over the place. We transferred that to permanent improvement in order to use it for downtown jail. So that 19.6 million is, when we look at it, we'll look at it here in a sec, where we look at multiple years, and you'll see that transfers go way up. And then it'll get back down to where it usually is this next year. So again, just looking at that difference column, I think those numbers are closer fund balance revenue expenditure wise than we've seen in a long time. And so just lots of things, lots of changes that have occurred to get there. Any questions about where we are in the current year or anything about the current year?
Any questions?
So next, just to kind of look at historical taxable value information and then rate and levy information. This is the last 6 years. Of course, current year being that bottom line. But you'll see there that our taxable value, certified taxable value, has increased from that 17.7 billion to current year, 28.7 billion. So it's a 63% increase in 6 years in our certified taxable value. When you go over to the tax rate column, however, and this is our total tax rate, that tax rate, you have dropped that in that same number of years, 34%. So taxable values went up 63%, the rate dropped, you dropped that 34% or 16.5 cents. And then you'll see that levy, that of course is just a formula based on that total rate and certified taxable value. You'll see how that levy, I mean, when you get into those large of numbers, that's very constant year after year. And so you can see that your values grew rapidly, your tax rate, you decreased, but you were continuously keeping that levy very constant in total. And so I think that's just was an interesting way to look at that. When you look at that levy, you can always say you lowered the tax rate, but if values go up, the levy is possibly going up. And so we did have some increases, of course, the last couple of years. But keeping that levy consistent is then what will lead us into our next conversation here, and that that levy wasn't growing, but we have, of course, been growing expenditures over the last years as well.
Okay. What's the date that we get certified?
The 25th is the deadline.
25th?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And your estimated value today?
Is right over 30 billion. I got an updated number, I think it was 2 weeks ago. I think it was like 30.02 billion.
Any estimate, did any of the bills that passed, other than the personal business exemption rising, that would affect us on values as far as taxable value?
On homes.
That's all.
That's in
all on the
November.
school- That's all on the school districts. That's not a.
That's right.
Is that all on school districts?
Yes.
That's strictly.
That's my interpretation. of
Okay,
it.
for us, then it's personal property exemption for business purposes. Personal property for business purpose exemption. That's the only thing, and so is that figured into this 30 billion, any estimate?
No, because that number is based on the rules that are in place right now.
Right now?
Yes.
And
Yes.
would that
So-
even affect us this year, or would that not go into effect till?
So
Doesn't that have to be voted on by the?
I don't think that one does.
Or does it just affect the school districts?
I thought it was mostly centered around the school districts, but I could be
The personal
mistaken.
property tax for business purposes, I thought that was everybody, but I know the other one is, I think.
It's everybody, but I guess it'll go on like the January 1 rendition, so it won't
Won't affect us
factor into
this year.
So not until
Right.
2027, or the 2026 tax year,
Okay.
but 2027 fiscal year.
Okay.
Thank you, Dustin.
Because we're still working off the snapshot of January 1 this year.
This year.
So.
Yeah. Yeah.
Graphics packaging plant is gonna be finished counting a tax year earlier than we thought. Where it's gonna be March next year, it's gonna be October. Then they'll get their certificate of
occupancy
or whatever, you know.
Yes, and that's the way I understood it as well, and so that is not the graphic packaging.
It's not figured in there.
It's
We
not
don't know
in
what
here
the
yet.
value's gonna be. We know they claim it cost $1.1 billion, but we don't know what all kind of deductions that they get, anything environmental and all that. A lot of times they don't have to pay property tax on those improvements.
When with the electrolyte, are they're not on, they'll do it next year.
It'll be next year, but, middle of the year, so
Walmart milk?
it'll be ready.
Yeah.
So know that I know that, of course, that large one is coming, but like you said, knowing exactly where that's gonna land is gonna be an interesting thing to watch as far as the taxable value. So just that at a glance, just to kind of keep that in our minds. And so, through these last 6 years that I pulled up, there's a multitude of factors that affect each year that we're working against or that's helping us. And so some of those things, and it's been a different combination of these each year, but there's been, for a while, there were substantial amounts under budget. So we were not spending that budget, of course, and then it was rolling into fund balance for the next year. We did, of course, have some revenues that were growing faster than anticipated. I know if you look back 6 years ago, the sales tax was one that I couldn't even keep my hand on it. Like, we would estimate even more and then it would grow even more. And so that slowed down, I think, more to a level that it's a little bit easier to estimate now. We've had some large grants that have lessened the burden on general fund, so allowed us to do some different things with funds. And just unprecedented growth in values. And so, for a while, those were going up so much each year, we were able to, of course, keep that tax rate lower and still work off the same amount of revenue. And again, that seems to kind of have leveled off as well. And so it definitely has affected the last 5 to 6 years. And then we had some strange years, COVID-related, 2021, 22, where expenditures dropped and revenues increased. And so hard to explain why some of those things occurred. I'm fortunate we were in a situation where our expenditures did decrease in that time period, because I know there were entities that had extraordinary expenses during that time. But just some different factors there that all played together to again, get us, to put us where we are today, in the position we are today. Okay, so the next sheet, I know this is a lot on one screen, but I'll kind of walk through this with you and what my thoughts were here. So this is just general fund. So at the top in blue, this is your fund balance walk forward that we agreed upon at budget time. And so these were tax revenues that you adopted a tax rate to, that the tax rate was connected to. These were expenditures that you put in the adopted budget. And then each of those ending fund balances met the fund balance target that you wanted to meet that year. So again, blue part, budget at the top. Then if you move down to the bottom in the green, then this is what actually occurred. And so, you know, you can kind of go line by line and compare top to bottom, and you can see where the major differences occurred and why we were ending up in a better spot each year than we anticipated. Expenditures coming under budget was the driving factor for the most part. You'll see there in other revenues, like I mentioned a minute ago, some of those were exceeding more than we ever anticipated. But then that's where you can, those fund balances, and at the very, very bottom in green, that is what was actually an audited number. That was our ending fund balance of general fund each of those years. Of course, 2025 is estimates. And so what I want to point out here is that, again, if you look, the second line of numbers from the top that say estimated tax revenues, again, and this is just general fund, not total levy, but just moving your eyes across the screen, it has stayed very constant, hovering around that $79, $80 million mark. And then if you go 2 lines further down and you look at expenditures, you've moved from 112 million to 147. So expenditures have grown 35 million since 2020. Your tax revenues have stayed constant. And so, again, just kind of relying on fund balance that we held over our target to fund each of those years. And so now we've made those decisions that have made our budget a more realistic view of what we actually are going to spend. And so now we're getting into the years where it's like, okay, no new revenue rate or dropping the tax rate, decreasing the tax rate, maybe just not the appropriate year for those decisions. In other years, it was appropriate. This year, it may be different. On the top, on the very far right, that 2026, so those numbers, we've made some adjustments. They may be slightly different, but when you look at your main summary, that's what that looks like currently. So just to kind of get an idea there. And you'll see tax revenues increasing about 6 million, and that is keeping the tax rate constant, not adjusting it, for leaving it exactly as it is, and then relying on that increase in taxable value.
Questions, anyone?
So, you know, as we look at this more and more, as we talk over the next couple of weeks, that spread between your total revenues and total expenditures has just grown and grown. And so we need to get that back.
Say it again.
So your total revenues and your total expenditures, that gap there is grown over time.
Yes.
And so, and we've had other funding sources to cover that gap. My opinion is this year is the year you need to start decreasing that gap and trying to build, you know, get those amounts as close as possible. Because if you're able to budget more realistically, you've got to get those numbers more in check. So,
well, I think a number that stood out to me that you mentioned was you estimate end of this year we will end at $11 million above our $11 million.
Yes, sir.
Somewhere. So, you know, we do that. We started off at 39%. At 11 million, I guess, is figured in right here, estimated fund balance.
Correct.
So that's figured in.
Yes, sir.
But yet, again, I just want to point this out, and I recognize this is not going to happen, but with all the ask right now, that drops it down to 20.4%.
Yes.
Because that's going to widen the gap as opposed to narrow the gap.
Correct.
Okay.
And so each time that gap widens, you're eating more into that fund balance.
That's right.
Fund balance. And you can see that talking about that 11 million the current year. If you look in the 2025 column, we estimated to end at the 48.9 million. And then you'll look at the very bottom, and that's where we're now saying we'll be about 60.3. So that 11 million is where,
Added 11 million, but would drop down.
yes, so.
Yeah.
And I know we know that we'll come under budget, but we just can't keep relying on
No.
large amounts to keep funding the next year. So, and I know, again, that's a lot of numbers on that page, so if y'all look at that more and have more questions, please let me know. I know it's a very collapsed view. This one I struggled with because this is very small up there for someone that's looking from the audience. And I know it's also small probably on your printed sheet. But what I did was I walked forward 26, 27, and 28 with some different scenarios for tax rates. The first box is if you kept the tax rate the same and you kept it that same rate for the next 3 years, 26, 27, 28. Then the next set of columns is if you increased it a penny and retain that rate, if you increased it 2 pennies and retain that rate. Embedded in this was a very conservative increase in taxable values, historical increase in other revenues, and then roughly a rough historical increase in expenditures. And so just, again, very rough estimate, but just to kind of show what that looks like. And you'll see there that the tax revenues grow, of course, because we hope that your taxable values are growing. And so, and that just kind of shows you what your fund balance would look like over a 3-year period. That top one, of course, that fund balance is diminishing very quick. And so then as you move down, you can see how it is getting closer and closer to maintaining it at your threshold level. So,
How do those relate, those estimated ending fund balances relate to that 33%? Are any of them target 33? I mean, like 19 million's not going to be, I can tell you.
no, I was just showing where what that looked like.
Right, you're showing,
Yeah.
I mean.
So threshold out of this scenario, it was just kind of, what does that look like over a 3-year period?
Right.
If you kept that.
And maintain the tax, on the first one's current tax rate.
And we can do much more in-depth scenarios like this if,
I like that. I'd like to know what that is, that ending fund balance. How does that stack up against the objective of 33% on those?
Like I said, conservative on values, like we were saying, the graphic packaging entity, is it 1 billion, is it 2 billion? Things like that, it's hard to know. And so I always think being conservative is just probably the safest way if we're trying to estimate going forward. So again, just something, and we can play with scenarios throughout the coming weeks. If you have ideas, just let me know. But again, the current general fund spreadsheet that we have available to you and we'll work through does have that current rate of 319,805. So, and so then just some other facts to look at and just some things to end with here. So currently 1 penny is roughly about $3 million in revenue. We're sitting at about 30 billion in taxable value. So just, playing with numbers in your head, sometimes that's a good figure to keep in there. What is our target? So our target is that 33% of operating expenditures. And so you could look at that different ways. What we do is we take all expenditures, we pull out any contingencies and any transfers to permanent improvement. And so we get that pure number that is literally all of the operating lines. And so that's how
So you took
that.
out that whole $10 million
Yes, last year. Yes.
in the calculation?
Yes, sir. Yes. Yeah, the transfer, you could look at some of that and say, do you want to include capital outlay, like vehicles? But I think that those are, to me, my view is, those are things you have to keep up to keep operating efficiently. So we just pull out, like Commissioner Jones said, any transfers and contingencies. And so then, looking at reducing expenditures versus increasing taxes, you can always decrease expenditures. I know our county's gotten to a size that it's extremely difficult to cut expenditures sometimes to make up some of those large gaps. You can always cut here and there. But I feel confident that every expenditure, every line item serves a county purpose. It's linked to an office providing efficient services to the community, or it is tied to a state or federal mandate. And so it just gets hard to pull too much down. Of course, that is your decision. And I know we've made I always also feel strongly we've made significant progress in the personnel area, in getting pay and pay structures, number of staff where you want those, in order, again, to run efficiently, to retain employees. So just looking at different sides of the coin there. But, if that's something you want to pursue, then we'll start looking at reducing expenditures and where we can do that, and of course, where it will be more difficult. And then, of course, the one thing that you can do as far as increasing revenues is increasing taxes. So that's an immediate effect there. And so just to remind you again, we looked at a 6-year history earlier, but over the last 10 years, you have decreased the tax rate 21 cents, or about 40%. So that is what the last 10 years have looked like. And again, different variables each year. And so just different scenarios, different tax rates worked different for different years.
Francis?
Yes, sir.
So each year we should ask what percentage we should hold to on the unassigned fund balance. And I know when I came here 12 years ago, I know Will or Ben was here, but there was not, as far as I know, a policy or a planning, budgeting policy that said, here's what it needs to be.
Correct.
And knowing that the strength of the county is a very important factor on what kind of rates you have to pay when you're selling bonds. And so we came up and we gradually went into that, not overnight, over several years, to get it to 33%, which we felt like was at least a minimum of where we need to be. And so for those first few years, we didn't sell any bonds because we didn't know what our bond rating was, and we really didn't want to know until we got our business straight. Now, you and I have been involved, and Will on this last couple of calls with our financial advisor on putting together bond sales. And it appears that 33% has yielded us good return by the fact we're getting, good market rate. I'm not sure, but it was something we ought to always ask, does doing more get us a better bond rating? I don't know that it does. We've got a pretty good bond rating, but we should visit that each time. And so when we talk to Mark McCliney, we should ask that, does that need to be bumped to 40 or 38 or whatever? And at least ask the question. Now, of course, there's consequences to doing that. It means that we even have less money to work with, and so it's going to affect directly your tax rate. But if you're not going to be able to hit no new revenue rate anyway, then should it be considered if the answer is you would get a better bond rating or a cheaper rate if you went to a higher percentage? I think we've answered the question about whether we want to go lower. I don't think we'd want to do that at all. Because even,
I would agree.
They even talked about, because of our unassigned fund balance, we adjusted it down, but it was way over 33.
Yes.
If they sat there and if there was any negative comment, is that we had that excess fund balance and we used it like it was supposed to be used. And all that to say, if anybody wants to visit that, or at some point we can talk about it and see what.
I think we've been religious on trying to stay at that 33% or, start off and we end up above it. And I don't see it sustainable to continue to spend down revenue to equal expenditures. If your expenditures are greater than your revenues and you're having to dip into your fund over a long period of time, that's not the direction I think we need to be going.
No, and
I think
that's,
we
that's the
remember
world
last
we
year,
were in
too, when we passed the
13.
budget, we made that same comment.
Yeah.
That this is gonna be the year we gotta
Yes.
dig in and,
Yeah.
because we have done a good job of squeezing,
We have.
but we can't invert.
No, that can't stay inverted.
No, and when I first came here and I looked at what kind of shape we were in, saying, why do I want to get in this business?
Yeah.
Thank you, Judge, for explaining that 33%, because I was fixing to ask that question.
I apologize.
No, I was fixing to ask that question because I'm new and I didn't know, but
Yeah.
you explained it well.
And if a banker's gonna make a loan to someone, they wanna see their ability to pay it back, but also a cushion, a savings account that they can dip into if their revenue stream drops, and that's kind of the way I've always looked at those kind of things.
The judge and I had an opportunity to speak to a group of people a week or so ago, and I made the comment, and you correct me if I'm wrong, Francis, but, we got about a 31,805 tax rate, and we pay for close to $50 million, is that right, in unfunded mandates, give or take? Does that sound right?
Yes, you had
Yeah, you
given me
would
some
send me those
criteria.
numbers somewhere. And it translates to almost 19 cents out of that 31 cents. So we don't have a lot of wiggle room. We've got to figure out what direction to go and how to spend that other 12 cents judiciously, or do something with the tax rate.
Yeah.
That's not a lot of money left after we do what the state says we have to do, and they don't pay us for it.
Well, it's still a little bit fluid, but do we know do we have an idea of how much in unfunded mandates we're gonna get this year out of the session?
Out of the new one? I know they didn't fund some things that we were asking for,
Yeah,
Let's see, the judicial
Child
salaries
Protective Services.
are one, for county purposes, that affects our salaries for county court at law judges. We do get a reimbursement from the state for each of those, and so they increase the criteria for the salaries, but also increased our reimbursement as well. So it will be some increase there. The district judge supplements, which those, I think in the grand scheme of things, won't affect the budget much, but anything that's tied to those judicial salaries is one of the things that you will see adjusted in the budget. Sorry, Judge. Go ahead.
well, and then there's indigent defense, we were to get reimbursed on that back years ago, full amount, that happened 1 year, and then it's gone down, and I think it's less than 15%, maybe 20, but I think way down. And indigent defense is growing faster than this is going down, but they're going two different
Going
directions.
different directions.
That reimbursement.
And we get nothing on indigent, under Child Protective Service.
Yeah.
Indigent defense, we pay for all of that.
Right, and then, the other thing that's gonna come back in special, session is the ability for a county or municipality to sell bonds without, within our range and our financial ability. It could be that instead of us making independent decisions and live or die with the voters, they take that away from us.
Is that being spoken about, being in the special?
They're talking about putting it back in, part of what I heard yesterday.
Okay, well, so that's new news. I didn't know that was,
And then I may be wrong, but I'll check on that.
Aren't there some no parole, no bonding out issues with jails that may actually cost us more money for keeping inmates in
Yes.
longer and more?
Right, yeah,
So there are some costs
yeah.
that we may not even be really
Yeah, that all the
aware of yet.
departments will see individually and then
but-
trickles down.
Just to go hand in hand with that, So the appraisal district's budget is up. And it's in two line items, and one is legal defense. The other one is, now that we have to have these elections.
Yeah, I spoke about that at our
Yeah,
last
that was
meeting.
my point, I guess, the
Yeah,
increase cost.
there's
is-
$100,000, and if you have a runoff, it's another 150.
Yeah.
So you could.
They increased their budget by $250,000
To cover elections.
for the
Cover
elections.
elections.
Mandated.
And
Life is good.
So as we go through the budgeting process, we'll
But we
get
end up
more
paying for it,
feedback.
bottom line.
We'll get more feedback on what's,
they charge it to the entities.
we'll get more feedback on what's, could affect us.
Yes.
So we'll try to bring that in. Okay.
What's next?
So that is, today, I wanted to look, like I said, very high level, just to kind of know what we're up against this year, just to see those big numbers all together. And then, of course, then we will begin to pry it apart and go line by line, ask by ask, position by position. And so, so we'll get back into those requests. My plan was to do that, of course, starting at some point on Tuesday. The next thing that we would want to go into would be personnel discussions. So I think what's worked well is hitting personnel from the very beginning. And so Anna Picasso with HR, she has a presentation with an overview for personnel for the year. And then, of course, she'll be going through position by position as well if any requests were made for additions or changes. But if you would like her to begin that today, I didn't know what your time looked like today, but she can
Yeah, we've only been
do that
meeting
today.
for not very long.
And I, okay, so you just tell us when you're, cut us off when you're,
First one that goes to sleep.
when you've had.
So
With all the good news you just presented,
Yes.
we could make this a lot shorter presentation. We just say, no new personnel.
And that's your, of course, your call. I know Anna has a lot of information to share, on each of those
Let's hear from her.
specifically, so.
Bring in the good news, Anna. Where'd you go? Oh, there she is.
Great. I just lost my court feed, so I'm bringing it back so I can put up my presentation.
All the negative energy in here.
I think it shut it down.
The dog eat your homework.
And, depending on how far, y'all get today with that HR discussion, I had originally said, we would come back tomorrow, not knowing how long the regular agenda would be today either. It's hard to determine.
March,
But
fine.
we don't have to come back tomorrow. We
Well, I don't
can
mind
pick
coming
up
back.
Next Tuesday.
Well, so I would like, as long as we can stand it, keep pushing.
Yes.
And if anybody needs a break, we can recess. I don't know, and if someone has something planned for the day at some time, tell me, and I will, we'll stop then.
I had an outdoor volleyball match.
Anytime we can get ahead on this discussion, the more time we can bring out the parking lot issues.
It's not as stressful at the end. Yes, sir.
Asking.
Judge, I think about, truthfully, our county's done well and we're in good shape. I think about those counties that are suffering so much more and getting the news they're getting, and I don't know how they're surviving.
Yeah, I know, it's gonna be tough.
What's the situation with City of Waco? Why are they suffering so much?
Well,
Sales tax.
anything that we do is magnified, but they depend on sales tax being the biggest deal, but also on their expense side, they've got a dynamic that's happened, two dynamics. One is deferred maintenance ramping up on streets and all, that affect not only the people that live here, but the people coming in with perception about the community, but then also growth. And they're trying to extend infrastructure out so we can continue our growth and so in economic development. So they're seeing a little bit of slump in sales tax, and it's concerning that it could continue and not straighten up for a while. I'm hoping that's not correct, but then on top of all of it, when they were putting their mindset together, all the talks about tariffs and everything else and the economy going to hell in a handbasket, and so the psychology of it all is
They're investing a lot in infrastructure. Right
Yeah,
now. A
yeah,
lot.
they have to.
They have to, yeah. That new water line running out, big bucks.
I don't know anything about deferred maintenance.
Yeah. Your description, your precinct 2 is description of maintenance. Okay, Anna.
We're waiting on
Thank y'all. Let me get comfortable and set up. So like Francis said, I'll just start with a large countywide overview so that the court has some basis going into the personnel side of budget.
Got it right here.
I think it's just good information to have first before we get into that line-by-line request worksheet that it won't seem as daunting, I think, with this preliminary information. The items I'll be reviewing first is kind of what happened last year, what large changes happened last year in preparation for fiscal year 2025. Some standard staffing metrics I typically provide the court, an overview of what our compensation as a whole looks like against market, what COLA is looking like, the cost of living adjustment, and the status of our fringe benefits, how those compare to market. And then I'll probably stop there. I know my last one says personnel request, but I don't think I'll get that far. So just a quick snapshot of some of the major moves the court approved for the current fiscal year during last budget sessions. And so we actually had a third-party consultant come in and review our pay structures, both the non-step or civilian positions, and then our law enforcement and corrections divisions. So both of those pay structures got completely overhauled. There was a salary survey conducted to be sure we were competitive with market, and then we had two consultants. One of them did the salary benchmarking, and then the other came in and helped us create a pay structure based off of that benchmarking for both groups of the workforce. And so there's just a quick snapshot of what happened. So the consultants together cost $42,500, and we implemented the salary structure at a cost of $231,000. That cost just involves bringing those positions who were below the minimum of this new structure to minimum. And then the step plan, the new step plan that better coincides with step plans seen in other agencies. That was implemented December 26th of this fiscal year, and this was the implementation cost that you see there at the bottom left. The court approved a 3.11% cost of living adjustment applied to, that cost of living adjustment was just applied to the folks that weren't on the step plan because the step plan had its own adjustment specific to their market needs. And then the court approved 13 positions. There were 14, but one of them was like a temporary position just intended to help with a retirement. This does not include 4 adds to staff mid-year that have occurred. So total of 17 since last fiscal year till now.
Did the majority of those come out of any department or add-ons to, I guess more than likely SO because that's the largest group of people, is that right or not?
I can come back with an actual list
Well,
of the specific ads.
Yeah.
Because I think they were a little all over the place. They weren't just for the sheriff's office.
Okay, good.
So here's some staffing metrics, just to give the court an idea of where our workforce stands related to turnover. And so on the left, you'll see 2 lines tracking turnover over the past few years. And so that red line is our jail turnover. That's just where the county experiences the most turnover, and so we kind of always split that out. And we had seen what started to look like a trend downward in turnover for the jail last year, but there's been an uptick just earlier this year, and so that's looking and projecting to be slightly higher than last year. So that's at 24%. And then the blue line below that, that's our countywide annual turnover. And so that's staying steady at 15%, which has been one of the lowest percentages we've had there since 2019. So countywide, we're looking good as far as turnover goes.
You have comparisons with the state? Do you have those numbers? Or we talked about it. In turnover rate jail statewide, like 30, 32, 33%. We're below the state average in turnover.
Big state is 33.
33? Okay, so we're below the state average. I don't know about the overall.
We have a jail commission insider, thank you. So yeah, that's just for jail specifically. And then on the right-hand side, we have the just how many applications we've been receiving as a whole for all of our positions. And our goal has always been to have this number increase, just to be sure we're the more we can attract, the better the likelihood that there are talented individuals in those applicant pools for our supervisors to choose from. And then Francis just handed me here the specific ads. These were just for the mid-year changes, right?
Yes, as of 5/31, so anything in June is not included.
Okay. So this is as of 5/31, and that's, we had a crew member, 2 truck driver positions, a records clerk out of archives, and I believe that's it. Those were the 4.
That left? That separated?
That were added, I'm
Oh,
sorry.
that added. Oh, those were added positions.
During the year.
During the year, right. But then I can come back and get a detailed list of the positions that were added last year. So the next big bullet point, that's always a big ticket item for personnel, is the general cost of living adjustment. And so just a reminder, I know the court's familiar with this, but just anybody watching who may not be familiar how this is calculated. We've standardized this now for the past 4 budget years now, using the same formula that is just based off of what the Social Security Administration does as well for their recipients. So using this formula and using information from the Bureau of Labor Statistics on the Consumer Price Index, we plug in those numbers for our region. It is a regional figure that's used. HR creates the estimate there of 1.61% cost of living adjustment. Now, I provide the court with three updates leading into budget. This was the May update I delivered in June. The court will have one more update from HR. Once June information is released in the middle of this month. It's scheduled to be released on the 15th of this month.
Any prognostication which direction that'll go?
No, it did decrease between May and June. And there's usually not a large fluctuation between June and July estimates. It shouldn't be too far from this figure from what we've seen in the past 5 years.
Eggs are cheaper.
Just for the record, I don't think SO added anybody last year.
You right?
I don't think SO added anybody last year. I think those were non-law enforcement positions added.
Yeah.
So next we have just an overview of how HR conducts the salary survey. So last year we got out of it with some consultants, but what we've done this year is just try to implement the practices that we've learned from those consultants. They were a wealth of knowledge, and so we try to mirror the survey that they conducted last year for benchmarking positions. So we're using the same survey organizations that were used last year, and so we have two sets of survey sources. One is strictly public entities that we source salary information from. And so on the right, you can see that list there. That first group, you can see the 9 peer counties we compare to, plus the city of Waco. And so those are our primary public entities that we survey. And then that last listed survey organization is the Economic Research Institute. This is where we pull our private sector data. Both of these two groups that we pull information from, their information is weighted at 50%. So they're weighted equally, and that creates that benchmarking or salary survey midpoint. And we have a midpoint or a salary comparison. We try to have that for every one of our comparable county position titles. Now, we can't always get a private sector comparison for each of our positions. There's a lot of positions that they don't really have a private sector comparison. And so those are we just rely on the public sector information for that.
Did the consultants recommend the 50/50?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I was just curious because I've never seen us, for the most case, be able to compete with the private sector, so.
We do, we actually don't do too bad comparing to, well, it is narrowed to the Waco area alone, so it seems to show that our salaries are in line with our local market. And once we have that benchmark, then once we get into the line-by-line personnel requests, you'll see our calculation for how our salary compares to market in the form of a compensation ratio. That is something that I've presented before to the court. I just found that was the easiest way to sort and prioritize requests, just to make that more digestible for the court and easier to work through. So you'll see that same figure when those requests come along, the compensation ratio. And again, the HR is just always recommending that those ratios stay between that 0.8 figure, which means you're 20% below market, to 1.2, which means you're 20% above market. So just as long as you're within that range, HR is happy.
And other factors move it within that range, like
Exactly.
performance and all that,
So
tenure.
for those requests that will come up, what I'll do is, even if it's in that range, but HR is identifying an issue with turnover for that position or a struggle to attract applicants for that position, then HR may still recommend an increase, even if it's above that point, if that position is struggling in any of those two areas. So we take that into consideration. So next is a kind of just a pulse, a health of compensation as a whole, based on that salary survey information that we put together. So these are some compensation markers. You can see the average comp ratio amongst all county positions. This includes law enforcement, jail, our non-step positions. This is just a big snapshot. Our average ratio is a 0.97 right now, and I didn't expect it to be too far off of the ideal one, just coming off of a compensation review and salary structure adjustment, right, from that we just had last year. So it shouldn't be that far from off, and it's not. Another marker or measurement tool used by our compensation consultants is this average salary range penetration. And so with these new salary ranges that were applied, this marker helps us see an aerial view of where positions are within their assigned or designated pay range. And so you can see on average, positions are at 61% of their range. That means they're about 11% above their midpoint. So that's what that number means. And then because of some specific fluctuations in particular industry salaries, we now have 5 positions with a comp ratio lower than a 0.8. So those are going to be flagged by us with a recommendation to adjust those positions specifically without an initial, like a request coming from the department. We're identifying those as adjustments.
Given the fact that we just adjusted last budget year, how did we end up with 5 below 8.8?
So again, that's something, there's something with those specific industries. There might be a increase in demand for those specific positions within that industry that's prompted big jumps
So it
in market.
could be affected by that 50/50, you're saying? That
Right,
50%
and that could be demand either in public or private sector.
Okay, so when we approved all those changes last year, new salaries, they weren't below 0.8.
Right.
It's happened since then.
Yes, sir.
Gotcha, okay.
And actually, I thought 5 was very low.
What kind of positions are we talking about? You can discuss that, or?
We got a couple of maintenance lead positions. We have a payroll position. We have an archives lead position, and gosh, I can't remember what the other one was. But you'll see that later on in my.
Gotta be commissioners.
It happened to be your 5 positions, right?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm just joking.
No, but yes, I think that is
That's probably very
a
good.
good number
for what y'all did
that's
last
compared to our 1,000
I started saying 1,100 and some odd employees.
positions.
5 below
There
their
were
80.
only 5 that we identified below market, and so, and then they were below market by decimals. It wasn't like a very large deviation below 0.8. So next is just an overview of the work we have ahead of us. So we have a total of 105 requests. I think that's numbers out of date. I think we have less. I think we had a large department make an adjustment and decrease the amount of requests. So I think that is actually out of date. And then of the salary requests being made, I think we only had 12 of the salary requests that are below a compensation ratio of 0.9. So the court will again be able, using that ratio and this threshold, should be able to very easily prioritize those that it feels are in need of adjustment. And so we have reviewed for the court 14 new position requests.
14 or 12? 14?
14.
Oh, this is old, isn't it?
Yes, sir, that's old.
Oh.
I have this, so it's uploaded. This should be one of the latest versions, and that'll be uploaded in that budget folder that's labeled personnel. And so that one will always be up to date.
So that's new position request and total salary request is, I would guess, this is not a exact, but somewhere in the $2 million mark or more total.
She had it up there earlier, didn't she?
New position and salary increases, including a COLA, benefits, equipment, is 1.46 million.
1.46 million, okay. Say it real fast.
So that's just a quick overview of that overall compensation and kind of where we're sourcing our data from that we're putting together for you. So now I want to do some, again, just overhead reviews of some of our bigger benefit programs and supplemental pay programs. So that's what I'll get into here. So the first is our county health plan and retirement. And so here we have just information that we pull again from the Bureau of Labor Statistics in that first table. That first set of data there just shows an average for this west-south central region that we're a part of. That's what employers are typically paying per employee for each of those benefits, health and retirement. And you can see what the county is paying on the right in comparison to those private employers. 7,433 is what the county's paying compared to private sector for that region is only paying 5,500 towards their employees' individual benefit costs. And the same with, we knock it out of the park in comparison to the private sector when it comes to retirement. I had a state and local government comparison from the Bureau of Labor Statistics here in the past. I've deleted that because it's just a national figure. They don't narrow it down by region, so I didn't feel like it was an accurate data point for reference. And then we got some help from Hub, our consultants. They actually gathered up some of our Pierre County information there for us on what kind of plans they're offering, what their deductibles are, and out-of-pocket maxes are. Those are highlighted in orange. Those are kind of the important figures when talking about that expense to employees. When you average all those peer counties up, our McLennan County premiums and out-of-pocket maximums are lower than the average premiums of these 5 peer counties.
Say it again.
So when you average the out-of-pocket maximums and employee deductibles, and premiums, ours are lower than the average of those 5.
Our employee expenses are lower, that's what you're saying.
When it
Okay.
comes to premiums and their out-of-pocket maximums.
Okay. Can you tell me what is EPO? I know what PPO is, and what's EPO under Bell County? What does that mean?
That's the first time I've seen that. So I'll send a
I've heard of
text to our.
HMOs and PPOs, but not an EPO.
Stacy's probably listening, so I can loop back to that and get that information for you.
Okay.
So overall, I think the benefit that we're providing to employees related to health is looking stellar. We have a review scheduled for, I think, the regular session of court, which I think is the 15th, where we've invited Hub to provide their projections for the remainder of the year, and will let us know if they recommend any plan design changes if needed.
Okay.
But based on the review that we had earlier this year, there would have to have been some sort of big swing to prompt them to recommend something other than what we're doing right now. Oh, look at that. So Stacy said it is an exclusive provider organization and focuses only on in-network care.
Exclusive provider organization. Okay, so you have to stay in network, no choice.
Right.
Okay.
So next program I'll review the health of here is our paid time off program. And so this is we're 2.5 years in, I believe, in our PTO program. More or less, we transitioned from vacation sick time to just PTO time. We kind of lumped those figures together and removed the restriction sick leave had, which you had to have it you can only use it for medical purposes, and most department supervisors required some sort of medical documentation to even put it on a timesheet. So PTO is a more flexible form of time off, and its purpose could be whatever the employee chooses. And so I have 2 sets of information here. This table in red, this is our actual employees' usage and balances. And I have a couple of years included there. And so the total hours used on average by our employees for this year to date and last year are close to about 4 weeks. That's at 154 and 157 figure. And then the average amount of balances employees have who've been here for more than a year is, you can see, 4.25 weeks of balance. So they seem to be maintaining healthy time off balances and the ability to take off about 4 weeks of work for the year. And so we'll be keeping tabs on that just to be sure that that continues. And of course, if there's deviations or some decreases to that, we'll review the program and come back with recommendations for the court if we need to change the accrual rate that's being offered to employees. So the table in blue, this is a comparison of what other employers are offering as far as time off goes. And so the first data points are our public comparisons. And so you can see our peer average is 27 days of time off that they're offering on an annual basis. Private industry is offering 23 days annually of time off. And if you average those together, that's 25. And there at the very bottom corner, you can see what our county offers. We start at 22.5 days, and then at the 8-year anniversary mark, we bump that up to 27.5. And so we straddle that private-public average.
We're in the ballpark.
Mhm.
Just curious, how do we come up with a half a day off?
Half a day off? Well, it's, I think, per pay period, we earn 6.5 or a quarter of hours.
Calculation of that.
So it's, yeah, because it's based on how many hours you worked. In theory, you work your full 2,080 hours, you get that nice little half day there, I guess. Okay. So next is incentive pay. Last year, HR proposed some changes to the pay program, but the only change that we went forward with was the update to the performance evaluation tool that accompanies our incentive pay program. So just to make it a little more streamlined for supervisors, easily digestible for employees, we went from 6 pages to a 3-page evaluation tool. And that, I will say, is probably the primary contributor to some of the first we experience with performance evaluations this year. This is the first year we didn't have any late departments for the performance evaluation deadline or the incentive pay lists. So we weren't having to track anybody
That's a good thing.
down. Yes, it is.
Good thing.
It just cost $500,000 or more to do it, but it's a good thing.
Oh, wow.
We usually always had a couple here or there not make the deadline for their department, but I think with this tool being a lot easier to use, I'm imagining it was easier to meet that deadline. So that was the only major change between last year and this year with the incentive pay program, was the tool associated with it. And then HR isn't recommending any changes to the program. We are recommending continuation of the program, but no changes to the mechanics of it. So up next are a few new programs that are being brought in proposal to the court. The first is an HR proposed program. After that, I'll go through some programs the sheriff's office is wanting to pitch out there. So child care cost assistance. We want to take a stab at that this year and seeing what the court thinks about this problem that HR is identifying amongst our workforce. So HR has heard for the past few years now just anecdotal kind of concerns, employees just telling us their stories about, the struggles that they're dealing with, the expense of child care, primarily daycare, for little ones below the age of 6. So our office kind of sat down and actually tried to run some reports to see, you know, is there any overall trend that we're seeing as consequence of this childcare expense. And so we have there on the left a workforce snapshot between two groups of our workforce population. And so in this first chart here, I have resignations for better jobs, work-life balance, or family circumstances for the last 4 years. And you can see there, based off benefit plan information, beneficiary information, we can see that about 20% of resignations under these reasons were employees with children under the age of 6. The other 80%, these are employees with either children over the age of 6 or no children. We pinpointed the age of 6 just because that's the compulsory age for school, where kiddos have to go to school.
6?
Mhm.
What's kindergarten? Which is, everybody offers full-day kindergarten now, don't they, public schools?
They do.
No, they don't offer pre-K, but they offer kindergarten, don't they?
Yeah.
5. So that, to me, that, okay.
And I do have other figures for 5, just because I know you can enter kindergarten at 5, but it's optional. You can wait until your child is 6.
That's true. You can, but that's your option.
It is your option.
It's your option. My first
And
day-
so I'm,
That probably wouldn't change 20% much, would it?
Well, you're talking about a lot of kids, population-wise.
oh, you're saying, like, if we,
Oh, I'm
we
talking about
just
just
narrowed it to
Clinton
5?
County.
Yeah.
Clinton
Well, you
County.
figure the same percentage, yeah.
Yeah. And so we did run scenarios with, if, you know, we wanted to narrow the scope to just kiddos under the age of 5, we have that kind of as a backup too.
Yeah.
So that's the percentage there, 20%. But when you look at our active workforce, those parents with kiddos under the age of 6 only make up 12% of our workforce. So they're resigning at a disproportionate rate compared to the rest of
I
their.
lost a real good one because of that.
And is that what you're finding in their exit interview, or is it?
And so we just redid our exit interview because our exit interview didn't have that specific question, like, is it because you could not afford childcare? Or, you know, so there's a gap of information.
It wouldn't be so much a female either. It could be a male that
No,
has
it could be
custody
both.
of the child.
And so there's that snapshot. And then in this middle column I have presented there, this is just data from the Economic Policy Institute on the state cost, or not the state cost, the cost indexes on average for childcare under age 5. So parents are paying $9,600 to $10,700 on average in Texas for childcare. They did a cool comparison there. I don't know how cool it is. It's just astonishing. But infant care costs more than in-state tuition for a 4-year public college. So that's a good reference or comparison for that. On the right-hand side, in this right column, because the court has been really diligent about keeping up with the cost of living by applying COLAs based on the Consumer Price Index. And so I have this information here to detail why the COLA may not be keeping up with this childcare cost. And so in researching, the Bureau of Labor Statistic Methods outline something called relative importance. So for the long list of items that they measure with the Consumer Price Index, they assign a weight of relative importance to each of those items. And there's a snapshot, there's a table there in the bottom corner of some examples of items that are weighted heavier than child care or daycare and preschool. And so some of those items were surprising. And so this could be the cause for why COLA is not keeping up with something like childcare. Reading a little further into it, there's reason behind it. Because daycare and preschool only at any given time applies to a particular percentage of the population and not everyone, they have it lower, but that does not help those individuals that are actively going through that phase of life.
Say it again. What did you just say?
So
It applies to what?
the the rate given here.
Okay, over here.
Some of the reasoning behind it being lower than some of these other items that don't seem maybe as important. It says it doesn't apply to everyone in the population.
Right. Whereas some of these others do, you're saying?
Right.
Okay.
I mean, I would say.
I see what you're saying there, okay.
Yeah, but that doesn't help those who are
Yeah.
going through it, So after doing this research and seeing that some of these anecdotes and things we're hearing from employees, and there's some basis behind that, then is there anything we could do as an employer to help try to retain these individuals, keep them in the workforce, making it a little more, making that cost benefit of continuing work for them? And so we have a proposal to have employer-funded child care assistance, cost assistance, through a mechanism we already have in place. It's the Dependent Care Flexible Spending Account. So we already offer this account to employees. It works like our flexible spending account for medical purposes, where the employee sets an amount that they want to contribute out of their paycheck throughout the year, and the county kind of funds that up front for them while they pay it down. The Dependent Care Flexible Spending Account works like that now. There's no employer contribution going to it. So what I'm proposing to the court is that McLennan County begin to contribute to this account.
So I understand the FSA piece of that. That's tax-free money that's going to your daycare payments. So where's the breaking point between what they save and not paying taxes and what the county would contribute? What's the difference? Because it's your money. The way it's set up right now, it's not the county's money, it's your money.
Right.
All right? So what I'm getting at is it gonna be a better benefit to allow them to use that to lower their earned income and get a tax break, or for the county to pay it?
Well, they can benefit from both. And so the amounts I'm proposing aren't the maximum that they can have in that account in contributions for an entire year. So the maximum that they can have for the year contributed into that account is $5,500, I believe. And so they would still have the option to contribute their own money, getting that tax benefit, then plus whatever the county were willing to contribute into the account. Does that answer that?
It does. I don't know how you budget for this. What are your expectations? Do you take a weight of employees that are capable of having children, and do you take a figure off of that? Or how would you budget it, I guess, from year to year?
So we create an estimate based on how many kids we currently have enrolled in our benefit plan, plus any kiddos listed as beneficiaries, tack that on, and then we would want to increase that by 10% because we know we have children that are not on our health plan. And so we would recommend going ahead and making it a benefit available to any parent who's employed here who has a child under the age of 6, whether or not they are a participant on the health plan.
So they don't have to have a FSA, or they don't have to be a participant in our health plan to be eligible for this?
Right. And that's how the participation is set up right now. We have employees who can have either a flexible spending account or a dependent care flexible spending account and not have to be on our health plan. So that wouldn't change.
Who else is doing this in our peer group, you think?
All of our, counties.
You know,
None,
none.
One thing I would
Does the city
push,
of Waco do this?
no. I think they provide paid parental leave.
We already are showing a higher amount of benefit than other that we're doing already. I don't know. And it's only affecting a small group. Many of these have parents that are keeping the kids, not going out and paying schools.
here's something else to think about on this, though. Let's just look at it from the big picture. I think it should be mandatory that they be on our benefit plan here, because then this is an expenditure here. The more children we have on our health plan, normally the cheaper you get better premiums, okay? So if you even want to look at this, I would want to look at where we all benefit. We could benefit on our premium with our health plan, but I'm spitballing. That's all I'm trying to do, to think of a different way to approach that.
One thing that I asked Anna, and I think she gave me some numbers on it, but I'm not sure how it translates to this middle column right here on the previous page, average annual cost. How is it factored in for those who earn under $200,000 a year or filing jointly $400,000 a year, getting $2,000 child tax credit? How does that change is that factored into this annual cost? Do you know for sure if it is written? In other words, there's got to be some cost savings if you get a $2,000 per child tax credit earning under $200,000 or $400,000 filing jointly. So
As far as I know.
how does that translate to the infant care cost in Texas and the child care under age 5? You said it's between 96 and 10. There's got to be some cost savings on the tax side of that too, the IRS side of it, for getting that $2,000 credit. So how does that adjust that number or not adjust that number?
As far as I know, I don't have any connection between the $2,000 child tax credit and then just receiving a benefit from your employer. If it would be up to that employee to report it on their taxes and then
I
have
wasn't
that
talking about
adjusted
necessarily.
accordingly.
Yeah, but as far as paying to Uncle Sam, the child tax credit, $2,000 lowers your tax, what you have to pay to Uncle Sam. So is that figured in this annual cost, I guess? Is this before or after your savings from child tax credit? 96.64. That it cost a year to put a child under age 5 in child care in the state of Texas. 96.64. Now, is there any savings on the IRS side with that tax credit to offset that 96.64?
I'm not an expert on the tax credit, but as far as I know, when you're completing and trying to be eligible for that tax credit, you're not required to report any actual childcare expenses that you're undergoing.
No,
It's
you're
its
not.
own thing.
But I'm just saying, theoretically, we're saying it costs that much in the state of Texas. Does it in fact cost that much if you're on the other side paying down your taxes to Uncle Sam? And that money's coming back in your pocket. The difference between the two. Is that making sense to anyone?
It's making sense, but it's not gonna say if it's $2,000, $3,000.
I don't know. That's what I'm asking. I don't know.
$7,000.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't
How
know.
did that-
Just be $2,000 less than
2,000
you're being taxed on.
Hey,
per child.
On this 20 to 24, the people that left our employment, how many people are we talking about in that period, 20 to 24?
Where are you looking?
Just here.
Okay.
How many people have
I
left?
don't think we know, because we don't have that specific question.
We didn't have that specific question on
I have the
worksheet.
exact number for the 20%. I don't have it
Yeah.
filtered down all the way to the specific
Did they
cause.
leave and go
but
to a
yeah.
place that provided childcare? We don't know that either. And I mean, that age group, has a higher turnover anyway.
Sure.
You know, just upward mobility, looking for better deal, you know?
I saw a statistic a long time ago that the average high school graduate would change jobs 13 times in their lifetime.
Yeah.
I'll let you know once I graduate.
What are you thinking on it? They're close to just average.
That's good information, but.
So yeah, I'll
we gotta
run
look at
that by Hub, that consideration of just making it a requirement for eligibility to be a part of the health plan. And then I'll get those specific numbers related to what that 20% looks like.
I think the exit, go ahead.
This might have been asked, but do we know what the participation is for children in our health plan?
We do, yes, we have we have figures, we broke it down to underage.
Underage five.
Underage six.
But I'm talking
and
about
underage 12.
our total, like, what percentage of employees have their kids on all of their kids on our health plan? Do we know that?
So we don't know that because we're missing a variable, and that's just because there might be some employees who have children and they've not identified them to HR.
What percentage are we at as far as total workforce participating in the health plan?
I don't know that off the top of my head, but I can get that number for you.
I like the exit interview you're saying, add that as a question. I think any time we can be more specific in why a person left, I think that helps us.
Sure.
So I think that's an excellent idea.
Yes, we noticed our general, reasons that we had, it wasn't helpful information for most of our supervisors, so we reviewed those and kind of tried to make them a little more specific through the exit survey.
And I understand that's voluntary information a lot of times, so. Yeah. Very good.
Okay, and then move on to my next one.
I'd say we're gonna go about another 15 minutes.
Okay.
And we're gonna start on new position requests? Set the next thing up or something different?
So I think that'll give me enough time to just wrap up an overview of what paid programs the sheriff's office is, just a quick overview of what they're requesting. And then that stops us right at reviewing individual position requests.
Do we have that in
I
this?
think that'll be
I don't have that, do I?
that'll be a good, no, that's in my,
Okay.
that's in my updated presentation. So it'll be a good stopping point for us. So the sheriff's office is requesting 2 new pay programs, supplemental pays for 2 different groups. And so the first thing that they're requesting is a training pay for jailers and deputies. And so the acronym for those individuals that are assigned to train their peers are FTO and JTO, Field Training Officer or a Jail Training Officer. And that's how commonly it's referred to amongst other agencies, FTO pay, JTO pay. Here is information on other agencies or counties and the FTO pay that they're offering or not offering. And you can see 6 of the 10 peer entities that we compared to are offering this supplemental pay. And then the table breaks down exactly how much they're offering. The sheriff's office is requesting that the pay be assigned on an hourly basis, $2 an hour. While they're actively engaged in training, it would be a part of kind of a timesheet notation. And then the estimate for that is $34,026. HR, just brainstorming ideas for, are there any ways to increase motivation to sign up for this peer training? Because that's kind of what the issue is that's prompting the sheriff's office to make this request, is they're struggling to have or find employees motivated to sign up voluntarily for the training assignment. And so, and I believe they commented that they are already doing this, which is weighting JTO or FTO duty when considering individuals for promotion. And then another thought is creating some sort of point or factor system for following an assignment as FTO or JTO, having that employee have some sort of preferential choice for time off date selection and shift choice for a designated period of time. It doesn't have to be permanent, of course, and then, after that designated time, then if they want that preferential point again, they'd sign up again for the assignment. So in addition to training pay, they are also requesting night shift pay for nurses. So they want to mirror it similar to what was put into place for beginning FY24, I believe, is when they started night shift pay for jailers. And so they just want to tack onto that program and mirror that for their nursing staff. Nurses working night shift, they want them to have a differential of $1.25 per hour. They want that for both licensed vocational nurses and registered nurses. For anybody working over either of those positions, working overnight, that dollar amount that they're requesting, that is the dollar amount that the jailers are getting paid currently. And then I have there just some data points for the court to reference for nurses. So turnover for jail nurse, the director of nursing has done, I think, a great job. We work with him closely, and there's been a very good reduction of turnover over the past couple of years. So you could see the jail nurse turnover is at 13.75 compared to the countywide turnover of 15%. Whenever there is an RN posting, there is still a struggle to retain applicants there. So on average, you're only getting 8 applicants per post, and some of those applicants aren't qualified, don't have their RN license, compared to our LVN postings that average 30 applicants per post. And then we have just the comp ratio there for the court to review. So RNs are paid at 0.98, so almost at market, but that market salary benchmark would not include or does not consider, we're just looking at base salary to base salary, and most nurses in private healthcare are getting these additional pays like night shift pay. And then we have the comp ratio for the LVN that's at a 1.23. So it has a very high compensation ratio. And so I think because of these differences in attracting an RN versus an LVN and what their comp ratios look like, I would narrow the program. That would be my recommendation to the court if the court wanted to consider implementing the program, narrowing it to RNs only just as a start, and increasing the differential. And so you can see if you actually increase the RN night differential to $3 an hour, which is more competitive with what private healthcare facilities are doing. That cost estimate is $26,832. The total program that they're proposing is $50,000. Those are all my notes for the 2 programs.
Any questions?
Do I get credit for being under 15 minutes?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Well, and
My best
we'll be
wishes.
discussing this again, so you'll get another
Yeah.
shot coming up in not
Yeah.
too distant future. So.
This is just a warm-up. Okay.
Well, I do agree with you on to me, it's a badge of honor to wear the FTO badge, and that helped me promote. So there's some incentive there for an officer or deputy to have that on his chest or her chest to get promoted. So never was about the pay in the time.
Right. Well, but being recognized was I thought.
Yes.
Waco, sadly, that's what we got back when I was there, was $2.25 an hour for being an FTO, but only during the FTO periods, obviously not.
Right, it wouldn't stay with you all the
Not
time.
only, there's a lot of extra work that goes into training. It's not just going to those classes and taking the test and being certified. Then you got to turn around and prep material. There's a lot of work, involved in it. I I could see probably some sort of I don't know. I don't have the answer yet, but.
And then I feel similar to, I don't care who you are out at the jail working midnights.
Yeah.
There ought to be some type of a differential.
But yeah, and private industry, I know their nurses do, their night shift nurses do make more money.
Well, there's not many LVNs. My wife was a nurse out there for 8 years. There's not many LVNs that make $77,000 a year.
No, they make good money, yeah.
I mean, it's very good money. So,
That's the reason why you may have 30 applicants.
yes, exactly. And, there's, got to put up with a lot of stuff out there.
So what you're saying of those 8 applicants that apply for RN, not all of them are RNs? They have a little problem reading the job description, or?
We have that for a lot of our postings, so it's not
They
just.
thought you weren't gonna read it.
Say what?
They thought you weren't gonna read it.
All right, Judge.
Not you specifically.
Oh, I'm sorry, okay.
Not much gets bad of you, so
You in general, right?
yeah.
You in general.
Yeah.
And Commissioner, I'll upload the most recent version of that.
Okay,
presentation.
you were, I was kept trying to find that in my.
I know, and I should have known you would have brought that with you.
Yeah. You,
Come
10
prepared.
minutes, you want to bring up the jailer?
I'm sorry?
You want to bring up the jailer talk that we
No.
talked about?
Yeah, I
You
think
got
that's,
10 minutes. You want to wait?
Wait,
I think we'll wait. I think that'll be longer than 10 minutes.
Okay.
And
Trying to
these
help
are in the other
Thank you.
pay types and considerations.
Well done, Francis.
So, we had planned on coming back tomorrow. Is that okay with everyone? And then we can continue?
tomorrow afternoon,
Mhm.
I think
If
we're
not,
posted for 1:30, right?
we are.
1:30,
So
okay.
say, I mean,
Otherwise, started one.
just wanted to make sure that was
Yeah.
good. Okay, well, we'll
Yeah.
just keep moving.
Get as
Tomorrow
much done
at
as you can.
Great.
Thank you, Anna.
You want me to start off tomorrow?
Yes, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Okay, let's see, so we're recessing today and start at 1:30 tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
So 1:30 here?
yeah. Anything else?
1:30.
Council in court? All right, if not, we'll recess until tomorrow after lunch at 1:30.